Hi everyone, start of the trip. Currently in Maryland. It is 4:42 in the morning, so that's fun. House is ready to go. Say goodbye to the pets.
They look sad.
They looked very sad. They looked very sad, and we were very sad. Still
Yes.
are very sad. And we're heading off to Washington Dulles Airport. So see you there.
You have our flight information.
Waiting for our flight. Starts boarding in like 15 minutes.
Yep.
Minutes. Once we leave the ground, it touches.
Just landed in San Francisco, heading to Carousel 6 to get our luggage. We are currently waiting for our next flight. It is 3:32. Our flight leaves here at 5:22. We landed here in San Francisco at 10:20-ish.
Something like that, yeah.
This time, like San Francisco time. And so by the time that we finally land in Anchorage, it'll be a 18-hour trip minimum, probably more because we got up at 4. So really 18 is just the travel time. So it'll be 22 hours since we got up. So just waiting for our next flight. We were gonna do a trip to the Golden Gate Bridge, but we chickened out because worst case scenario, we miss our freaking flight to Alaska and that ruins the whole trip. Best case scenario, we got back with like 2 hours to spare. And it just didn't seem worth it, but maybe next time. Taking off late. Update.
Can't find them much on this waiting or they don't have it. Just like I see a lane.
We're so close, but we're literally about to take off. Good morning, Krusty Crew. Today, we are picking up the rental car and then driving straight down to Seward, doing some of the dog sled tours down that way with, I think it's called Sawyer's Sled Tours, something like that. And then having a chill day in Seward, unpacking at the Airbnb. We got in last night at 10:15, something like that. Picked up bags. Well, we landed at 9:45. Picked up our bags, left the airport at 10:15 because we grabbed food real quick.
But it felt like 2:15.
But it felt like 2:15 a.m. for us because East Coast time. So
That's why we couldn't sleep in past 4 today.
And we're on our way to go get some breakfast. Breakfast place was closed. We forgot to check the time. Well,
Hey, there's no other places.
Yeah, so we'll just wait for our Lyft pickup for the rental car, and then we'll go grab some food before we head down to Seward. Next time we see you, it'll probably be in a nice, cool, super hot rod. I think I rented a Lamborghini or something.
Oh.
You know, classic Alaska vehicle. Road trip begins. Whoop, whoop. 2.5, 2 hour drive to Seward.
It is raining though.
We got a nice car. There's only like 1,500 miles on this thing. That's crazy. Don't know how, don't know where. That's fucking crazy. Drive complete. We are now in Seward, and boy oh boy, the weather shaped up to be perfect. No more rain, no more nothing, and check this out. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's crazy.
dogs kind of live on the inside of these pens. They're all probably going to be looking at you wondering why we aren't on the cart yet.
Shout out, Goose.
Two in the front, two in the middle, three in the back, and one person's going to be standing in the very back of the standing roger.
Oh.
Come here, Ralph. Oh shit. Ow. Right off the bat, huh? Ready to go. All lined up in the front. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. Oh, they're ready to go, bro.
So all the dogs on our team today, they're all boys. We do have girls, we just don't run them right now during the summertime. We also have a super mixed team when it comes to ages. So these two back here, they actually just won Iditarod this last year, so they're some of the best dogs in the world, some of the fastest. But we also have some dogs up there that are only about 2 years old and haven't done a whole lot yet. But this next winter, they're going to be old enough to run Iditarod for the first time. So we're very, very proud of them. And it's kind of cool to see that we have from the youngest all the way till our old retired men that are, we actually have the white one up in lead there. He's about 11 years old. So yeah, they keep running. Sometimes they choose their own retirement. So we've had dogs as old as 13 still running, doing tours. We've had dogs that at exactly 7 years old, they said, I'm not running Iditarod, I'm not running tours, I just want to be a house dog. And so it's really just dependent on the dogs what they want to do for the rest of their lives. But right now, these guys are all right in the perfect age to run tours. And as you can hear, this is their favorite part of the day by far. Okay, boys, ready? They love to run as hard as possible and they get really hot really quickly. So this is their time to cool down. They also use it as their recess. So they'll go off to the side, mark their territory, eat trees, branches, dig holes, and sometimes I'll have you guys watch out for Fazal here. Whenever he pees, he likes to kick back rocks at you guys, so just watch out.
He already did.
Oh, he already did? Yeah. It's kind of funny because they all have their own little personalities and what they like to do on each break. You can see Goose up there, he's chewing down like a stump to make sure. They're our own personal landscapers, that's why the weeds are back a few feet on either side because they just go through and eat them. And you can tell where they don't stop as often because the trail will close in again and then widen out wherever they usually stop. Or we have a smart dog up there. We have, is that Zeus? Zeus always lays down, takes a break, just taking his nap, and he knows whenever it's time to go because the cart in front of us actually has to get moving first. So we have a few dogs on our team that they have those a little bit of smarter brains because a lot of these guys are leaders. So we like to change out our dogs every single run. So we have about 6 to 7 dogs that are trained to be in lead. So the 2 up there are just the ones that are up there for now. The next time we run, we'll change them all up because the back dogs end up pulling a little bit more weight than the front dogs. Especially with a fully loaded cart like this, it's probably right around 3,000 pounds that they're pulling distributed between them. So it's kind of cool to see that, but we don't want our back dogs always pulling a little bit more weight because they end up pulling almost 40 more pounds than the front dogs, and that can add up over time. So we mix them up every time, put different leaders, but we just have to make sure the dogs up front actually know what they're doing. So whenever I call a command, we don't end up going the wrong way. If we put one of our 2-year-olds up in lead today, we would probably be chasing after squirrels in the woods. So you really have to make sure that you have a well-trained lead dog up there. And our 2 up there, they're very good. At least the white one is. Drake, he won't let the other one get away with anything for the most part. He definitely loves his time in the woods though. So he'll go off to the side, eat branches, trees, and then Duke's just kind of following him around. Duke, on the other hand, he's a good dog most of the time, but if you put him next to a weaker leader and Duke doesn't like it, he'll just end up barking at the dog's face the entire time and just annoying him until they don't want to lead anymore. We have to change out his partner. So he basically chooses his own partner, and Drake is one of the ones that he'll actually listen to instead of bark at the entire time. You can see that they're all pretty quiet. Whenever they're ready to go, they'll either start barking. The team ahead of us has been waiting for a little bit longer, so they're all barking, cheering. They're probably out in the middle of the trail, versus our dogs. We have a few that are ready. You can hear them like kind of crying every once in a while. But our leaders, they're just off in the bushes. Or they'll start looking back at me super judgingly, wondering if I'm still on the cart or not. And it's really funny because they'll be all looking back every once in a while, just like taking a quick look to see if I'm off the cart and start crying at me. So they really don't like it when I talk for too long.
There you go. Damn.
Yeah, but now you can kind of see they're all kind of moving to the middle of the trail. Drake is still off to the side, but he might think that he's in the middle. Once again, he's an older dog, so he gets away with more than our younger ones do. So I'll get moving just because I know they're going to get mad at me pretty soon here. Ready? Pork, chicken skins, fish. I've also heard of people feeding beaver and moose and horse to their dogs too. So there's a huge variety that we'll feed them, but it'll just be the size of a burger patty, sometimes 2 burger patties, depending on what section of the trail. We chop it all up all ahead of time. We go through, we just give them a chunk of that every time we stop them like this. And then they'll never run more than 60 miles in a stretch without stopping. So that's where we fully bed them down. We give them straw as their bed to help insulate them from the snow. We unhook their tug line so they don't have to pull anymore and they're just connected by their neck. We take off their little booties so they aren't sleeping with their shoes on. And then during those breaks, the dogs are sleeping, and as like the mushers, we go through and we cook them a hot stew, which is once again those meat, but instead we're boiling water and mixing it with kibble and creating a really gross smelling stew. Because most of the stuff that we feed our dogs is not human grade to eat. We get a lot of donation stuff, so fish that people like caught up to their max in the fall, and then it gets freezer burnt over the winter and they don't want it anymore. We get a lot of that sort of stuff. Or just the gross cuts of beef. We get a lot of like ground beef that's just all the intestines and whatnot. And so we feed the dogs that in a gross stew, and we mix in all supplements, vitamins. And in total, between all the stops and the full meals and the snacks that they're getting per day, they eat around 40,000 calories per every day on the Iditarod. So, and if they don't eat that much, they get skinny super quickly. So on the race, you start with 16 dogs on your team, so 2 extra than we have right now. And throughout the race, if anything happens, a dog is sick, injured, tired, too slow to continue, or even if they get too skinny on the race, you can send them back, but you don't get replacements. So if you realize that maybe one of our dogs on our team was getting skinny, they get taken back and they get taken care of by a vet and flown back to Anchorage on their own jet. It's really fancy. I got to work with the return dogs this year. We ended up building each of the dogs igloos because it was so windy out. So they get well taken care of while the mushers are out going through whatever negative 40-degree temperatures. These dogs get specialty treatment. But it's kind of funny because teams will come in and finish with only 6 dogs in their team for strategy, because they know that 16, we can't have them on this cart or else they'll pop the brakes every single time. It's just too much power. So on the Iditarod, the sleds we're pulling aren't 3,000 pounds like this, they're only 300 pounds. So you can imagine how much more powerful they are. That little 4-foot hill that we went up, they wouldn't have been that slow on it if they had the 300-pound sled. So it's a lot different, but they're also going 100 to 150 miles a day, versus right now we're only doing this 1.5-mile run 3 to 8 times a day, just kind of depending on how busy it is. So these guys, they're getting their exercise in for the summer so they don't lose their muscle that they built up all winter long. So we put a lot more weight on them for these short runs, or else some of these guys, especially our puppies, they'd be chewing through their pens or climbing over and escaping or crying all night long. So this is what they need to do just to stay happy all summer long. But as you can kind of hear, they're yelling at me, they're telling me to get moving, so I'll listen to them. Ready? Let's go, let's go! Right here, the black one is McCall. He's one of our 2-year-olds. And over here is Ralph, our escape artist, who knows how to put blackbirds and everything. So we need to keep a close eye on him most of the time. No. There's Falcon. Falcon's a very good boy. He ran and I did ride this last year.
Wow.
Nice.
Down here's Koala. Well, I actually ran on one of my 100-mile races with me a few years ago, so he's a very good boy. He's run Iditarod, but he hasn't quite made it to the end yet. But we believe in him. One day he'll get there. Right here is Goose.
A goose.
And you might have noticed Goose and Falcon were both barking at their partners. They're brothers, and they have a lot of.
Good job, champs.
I drove this one for the winter this last season. So Mitch, he actually makes these sleds himself at his kennel. A race sled is pretty expensive to buy. So this thing, these are made out of carbon fiber hockey sticks. And he gets a bunch of hockey sticks together, busts them apart, pieces them up, and he's got a dog sled. They are super lightweight.
Right outside here.
So cute. He's so relaxed. Yeah. What are we grumbling? What are we grumbling about?
You want to be in this position?
Don't grumble in.
You kill Grumble Monster? Yeah. Look at these claws. I know.
Thanks, Dad.
That remained in either the Brown or Hawkins family name. So that was built in 1904. And then he lay there until somebody else ran him over coming from behind. And the guy didn't.
Currently in Kenai Fjords National Park. We are at the Harding Ice Field.
Not quite.
Not quite, almost there. The tour that we're doing right now, that you've seen other clips from, we just had lunch. Delicious. Carrie had a burger. I had a BLT with some chowder, like a seafood chowder. That guy just farted on camera. Then we got some gelato afterwards, and now we are here in Kenai Fjords National Park, doing just like the 2-mile loop to go to a viewing point for the ice or the glacier. We'll be back here later on in the week doing the Harding Icefield Trail. That's what I was thinking, and that one will be longer. Stream crossing. Nice. Glacier's peeking into view. This place is crazy. She runs and she goes. Look at this.
This is when I
Video.
see a grizzly like right there.
Yeah. Video does not do this place justice.
No.
We were just up a ways. Now we're down in the glacier. What is this, basin? What do you call this?
Outwash area.
Outwash. So if it floods, this is where all that glacier water goes. Glacier's right up there. I'm gonna try to get a little straight on to get a photo. Salmon. Salmon. Bald eagle just flew right over there. Yeah. I think it might be the big one that he was talking about that just hangs out. I was gonna say, I think I just saw it fly that way. Wow, that's awesome. Is that the big one, the lazy one?
Yeah, he was sitting in this tree right here.
That's so cool. God dang. I want to be a bald eagle. Salmon fishing prohibited. So what they do for this part, they dam up the water on the other side of that one bridge that we were looking at, purposely, so that the salmon come up here, they wait, they collect, they scoop them up in a basket, harvest the eggs from the females, send the males along their way, put them up in a lake up that way so that they can breed, spawn, whatever. The eggs that they take from the salmon, they harvest, they use that for breeding, they ship those eggs somewhere to be used for spawning elsewhere, all that sort of stuff. And then eventually they'll carry each fish up one by one, but they count them, they log them, they use that data for science, etc. Pretty cool. Just finished our tour with Seavy's Iditarod tour. It was a blast, a ton of fun. We had the whole thing with the sled dogs. They, you know, pulled us, team of 12, I think it was, pulled us around, showed us puppies, told us stories, answered a bunch of questions, and then we did a 6-hour tour on the bus. You saw all the footage. It was awesome. It was really cool.
Really good.
Really good. But now we're back in town. It's currently 5:51 p.m. and we're gonna go into the local market here.
I was trying to get the binoculars.
And buy some groceries for the week so that we don't have to spend money out every meal every time. Even though we want to. But we're not going to do that.
Well, we can't.
And we need food for when we're hiking out on the trail and all that stuff. So we'll be back with groceries. Carrie's getting binoculars because right here, this mountain right here is Mount Marathon. That's the one that we're going to do the Mount Marathon trail on tomorrow. That's the one that they run the marathon up, and the fastest time was like 46 minutes or something like that. We will not be doing that. We will be taking like 4, maybe 5 hours to do it. But we're gonna do that hike tomorrow morning. I think on the right here is the trail. See it? Right between. You see it, what I'm talking about? Look at the snowy peak right there and then follow it to the bottom left.
Bottom left?
Yeah, see the thinnest part right there? All right, you're not looking at all. Snowy peak on this one, sweetie. On the right one, and then go down to the bottom left. See that trail that passes right up?
That looks
I
like
see
runoff.
it. It could be runoff, could be trail, who knows? Who knows? Anyway, so gonna go get groceries. Hi everyone. We grocery shopped. Here's the light haul. Some liquid IV, jerky, granola, all the typical stuff. Got some fruits as well. We're unpacking now as we speak. Place is really nice. I'll give you a quick little glimpse of it. Little station here. Bathroom's looking pretty good. So nice cozy place. And we're like right in downtown Seward, like right next to all of the shops and restaurants and all that stuff. So hopefully Seward doesn't party too hard at night, otherwise we're not gonna be able to get any sleep. But I think we'll be fine. We're finishing up unpacking and then we're gonna go get some dinner. We just had dinner at the Highliner in Seward. First of all, phenomenal, okay? Dropped like $100, but that was with 2 drinks and 2 good meals. Although I will say your meal was a Caesar salad with chicken, which there was a lot of it and it was very good. But the chicken added like $8 and I don't know about that. But we are in Alaska. We're in a town where a lot of stuff has to get shipped in. You know, I get it. Food's gonna be expensive here. But I had the halibut Olympia and holy shit, pardon my language. I've never had halibut before. That was the most delicious fish I've ever had. It literally tasted like chicken. It was so good. And like, I like fish. I usually don't get it too much, but I'm gonna get it more now that we know that you're not allergic to seafood. But like, holy crap, the halibut was amazing. It was really good, highly recommend. If you ever find yourself in Alaska, get some halibut. It'll be fresh, it'll be delicious, as long as it's cooked right. But I give that, what do you give that out of 10? I give that, I give that a 9 out of 10. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
9 out of 10.
Workers were really
Highliner.
nice too.
Yeah, they were great. I was chatting it up with people, all that jazz. Anyway, now we're walking down to the water, passing the library and museum. We're gonna be here later this week.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, stopping by. Walking down to the water, a little post-meal walk to help digest. Go see some mountains before we head to bed. So, I'll see you back at our place. We made it back, going to bed. We've got one mission tomorrow morning, and it's to climb that mountain right there, Mount Marathon. We're gonna get to the top of that thing, potentially even summit it, depending on what that trail looks like. But we're waking up at 8 tomorrow. Weather says it's supposed to be raining-ish, 25% chance between 7 and 9, so we might wait until 9, we'll see. But we're gonna hit the hay, we got a shower, get a good night's sleep. Our bodies still think it is 1:42 a.m. our time, which it's not. So, gonna go to bed, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Good morning, day 3, officially, here in Seward. Again, just a reminder for everybody, we're climbing that mountain in the clouds right there. Gonna try to get to the top, see how it goes. We're all suited up, got our bags, ready to rumble, getting boots on. We made some sandwiches for lunch, slash really more of a snack. Brought some other things. We're gonna get boots on, go get some coffee, some cafe food, and then bear spray. Gonna get bear spray, and then we'll see you at the trailhead. We're here. Got some coffee, some hiking poles, some bear spray. This is what we're gonna be doing, except we're gonna go up this way, and then I believe we're gonna come down like a center part here that connects back into that.
That's the racing trail. We are not taking the racing trail back.
We might take the racing trail back. We'll see how it looks downhill. But here's that. This is the racing one that literally goes straight up the mountain. So we're going to take the longer non-racing one because we're not crazy. Carrie, thoughts before?
We're not doing the racing.
We might do the racing. We might do the racing. All right, let's get this bread. Probably about, I don't know, 0.3 miles in.
That's it.
Maybe, I don't know. That was a rough guess, very, very rough guess. But Mount Marathon Falls is up there and there's a little foot trail here, so we're gonna go explore it. I took my coffee with me. Maybe not the best decision, but like I bought it. I'm not gonna come back and drink a cold coffee. So, because of that, I don't get to use my hiking poles. But I really want them for when we're going down more than up. This is steep. There's a mountain, right? It's crazy. There's so many like split off trails that aren't part of the main one. That just over years and years people have carved. There it is. We made it. There's some sort of like bridge or something there. But that's pretty cool. Mount Marathon Falls. We'll probably stay here a sec, catch our breaths, head back onto the trail. Keep chugging. A little mole. No. I don't want to scare him too much. He might already be gone. He is already gone. That was adorable. There was a tiny little mole of some kind.
Digging.
Hanging out in the middle of the trail digging. To the point where he looked a little bit like a baby bird for a second. And I was like, what? What a cute little guy. Couldn't get the camera out fast enough, that's a shame. But we are, I don't know, 0.8 miles in, according to my Apple Watch, but that's not the most accurate. This is a 4-mile hike. So, although it might be a bit longer if we end up coming back down the hiking way rather than the running way, but we'll see. So, we just hiked to the top of the falls
Goes down right there. Pretty cool. Very, very cool. We didn't take any of the side paths to get up this way. We took the main path, but it branched off from the main path to the top here. Pretty awesome. We took a break at the top of one of the climbs, and this couple passed us. And I looked at him and I was like, wait a second. I recognize that guy. And that guy and his wife, or presumably wife, were at the same restaurant as us last night, the Highliner, and they were sitting right next to us in a booth. And the waitress was telling them about the halibut, the thing that I got yesterday. And as she was saying that, I gave like a thumbs up. And she was like, yeah, that guy likes it. And they looked over and I showed them the dish. They're like, yeah, that looks pretty good. And then I saw him this time and I recognized the guy in his hat. And I was like, wait a second. Were you guys at the Highliner? They were like, yeah. So, small world.
Small town.
Small town. It's fair. But pretty funny. Pretty funny. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. But this is the end of the Jeep trail. If you can even get a Jeep up this far. I don't know about that. Look at that. Mountains in the distance right there. Carrie's taking some layers off. Whew. Feels good. Feels good. But yeah, so now we're going exclusively on the hiking trail. Takes us around and up the side, kind of following a ridge over there. And hopefully when we get to the top, some of the clouds will clear a little bit, but I said this to Carrie earlier. I would much, much, much rather have nice hiking weather like this, where it's like a cooler temperature, not unbelievably sunny, not humid, and not have a view at the top of the mountain, than have gross weather, sticky weather, that sort of thing, but have a view at the top. Plus, I always feel like there's a little bit of irony in like us climbing 3,000 feet at, you know, 8:30 in the morning to get to the top of the mountain and then not being able to see anything from the top. But you know, that being said, I'll wait at the top for like 30 minutes to see if it clears up, but all right, away we go. So when we were coming up, there was like a concrete tube, old, not used anymore, definitely some sort of piping. I think they were taking water from the top here and bringing it down. And then there's this thing, got a lock on it. Maybe some sort of water basin to give a general amount of water. Yeah. Oh, and they've got it kind of dammed up a little bit here. Oh, look at this. And that's the start of the falls. That's pretty cool.
Get in.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna feel the water. Are you kidding me? Look at this. There's a little trail across there. That's not the way we go. We go this way. But pretty cool. Nice little mountain stream. We're following the little stream here. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk. I'm just gonna record.
Rain jacket back there still?
Yeah, it fell out of the thing. Looks like people went up and over. This is so beautiful. This is crazy. This is awesome. A mountain stream that we get to follow. Don't mind if I do. There. And right there. Water's coming out of the mountain here. This is the start of the stream heading down. And check this out. Come on. Come on. We're above the tree line now. Completely different flora, fauna. It's awesome. This is a new one. I think these purple ones are the ones in Iceland. Just insane. Starting to climb up a little more. A little less flora fauna from the meadow, but pretty solid view. Pretty solid view. Again, we're going up there, right where that cloud cover is. So we're going up. We're definitely climbing right now.
Yes.
But look at this. Come on. Those mountains across the way, crazy tall. If I look right across here from where I am on those mountains, it looks like we're only like a third or a fourth of the way up those ones. So that's crazy. I mean, but they're more covered with snow, right? They're tall. But this is a climb here that we're doing. Taking a break. We just saw that couple that I mentioned before that passed us. They passed us again going down. And we're like, oh, how was the top? And they're like, we actually didn't go to the top. They had they're from Kentucky. They saw a bear on a trail yesterday, which is the trail that we're gonna be doing tomorrow. So we're gonna be very vigilant, very careful. Yes. But they don't have bear spray. They don't have a bear bell. They don't have stuff that they could use to help them. So they were feeling a little hesitant with some of the closed shrubbery here. So they decided to turn around, which good for them. But we're climbing. We do have bear spray. We got bear bell on Carrie's hiking poles. So we're climbing up. Yo, bear. Yo, bear. Yo, bear. Thank you, bird. Yo, bear. Yo, bear. Yo, bear. Whew. I didn't record the main part there. That was pretty sketchy. But it was all raspberry bushes.
And like a foot wide.
And like a foot wide. That was a little dodgy. But we did it appropriately. No signs of bears. No broken branches, no scat, no nothing. I think we're going up there still. Or perhaps it's that one. I don't know. But beautiful views. We're gonna keep on trucking. Back there, we accidentally took a wrong path. It was still cool, but damn was it steep. And it was just a dead end point. So I don't think it was super worth it. But it also doesn't look like the cloud cover is gonna clear up there, but I wanna do it. I wanna get up there. I wanna make it happen. So we're gonna keep going. Safety is off because that was dodgy. It might go back on here in a sec, but we're still moving. Another waterfall, but we're gonna head this way. Going up that way, but you can see Seward right down there. Pretty cool.
Look at the mountains.
I know, peeking through these clouds.
Yeah.
New biome unlocked. The cold air coming off of this snow and over this mountain feels great from coming up. But we're gonna cool off quick. But that's why we got thermals on. We got jackets. We might not go all the way to the top. We might stop at this. It's called the bowl because the mountains snake around and make a little bowl in the center. So we might stop at the bowl and go back.
Well, we're about to hike past our first snow.
I kind of want to go all the way up, but we'll see how we're feeling. Maybe we eat a little something at the bowl and then keep going, I don't know. But we're about to pass our first snow right here on the left. Pretty cool. Pretty freaking cool. How you doing so far, Carrie?
I'm tired.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But rest is for the dead, which isn't us yet. This is nice. You can clearly see if there's bears here because it's nice and open. So,
Yeah.
see you at the bowl. The cold air coming down the mountain here is crazy, but you can see right where the water is coming out from under the ice. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And there's still so much mountain to get to the summit. That's not for us.
No.
Just had a quick snack. This is the bowl. We're gonna go up there and then turn around and come back. But there's some fresh scat here. It doesn't look like bear, but maybe it's like small cat or something. Possibly. It's fresh-ish, it doesn't really smell, but we're going up there and then we're coming back. This is the last push. This is like straight out of Star Wars or something, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. She drank. You're okay. Let's go slow. There you go. If you angle your sticks backward, you can kind of push up on them. There's a cool bird there. I don't know what it is, but it's cool. Carrie is down the mountain there. She's on the phone with me though. I'm climbing to the top here just to see how this goes. Whoo! Here we go. Ugh. I'm just trying to get over this edge so that I can see down into Seward.
Are you safe?
Yes, ma'am. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Yo, bear. Imagine I get to the top and there's just a bear.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, there's another one of those birds sitting on that rock.
They must like the high altitude.
Oh, Carrie. You gotta come up.
I kind of don't want to. I really.
All right, don't.
Can you see the town?
This is as far as we're going. You can see the whole town. See the football field, shipyard, all of it. It's amazing. It's amazing. Clouds are rolling in. I think the real trail ends up there, but we're not doing it. Just so everybody knows, the run goes up there straight down the side of the mountain pretty much. That's the way that All Trails wants us to go back. We're gonna be going back the way we came for safety reasons, if it's too steep and we know this terrain that we just went through. So I'm gonna head back, taking the views a little longer. I'm sure you can get a better view up top. I don't know what that bird is. He's just hanging out staring at me. But Carrie, you still with me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, taking it in and I'm coming back down. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You can hear the train coming in. Wonder if you can see it anywhere. No, it's all the way like over there. Oh, you know what? It's probably crossing that track. There's a piece of the road or a road that leads to a little lake over that way that you can, you have to cross the railroad tracks, and that's probably why it's honking so much. Getting a little choo-choo. Do trains honk? No, I think they just choo-choo. Anyway, back down I go. This is the treacherous part, so I'm gonna put you away. Take it low and slow. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Are your socks not tall enough?
No, they are. I don't think they're thick enough.
Okay.
Oh, you can see it. You can see the train. It is, if I follow that road right there, see if I can zoom in on it later on. It looks like it's going real slow right now, but it probably is because it's coming into town. So down I go. I want to try and get a picture of this freaking bird. Forgot to record once we started up there, but we're heading back down the mountain. The bowl's over that way. We were just up there. Now we're heading back down. Fauna's already changed, so we got, I think, about 2 miles down, maybe 2.5, something like that.
At the top of that gravel pile?
Yeah,
Wow.
or somewhere close to that. Had to have. No, it was the top of that because I was looking out over all of this.
That's where we thought we were going too.
Yeah, but the real end is the second peak that's kind of up in the clouds a little more.
Okay.
And then you're supposed to take the Mount Marathon trail, running trail down, which is fucking crazy. Carrie said literally the way down is to just fall down the hill as fast as you can, and
That's what the runners do.
yeah, that's what the runners do, and like you wear padding and stuff to try to protect you.
They lose control.
It's crazy.
Flip over, like tumble,
Yeah.
and then find their feet. And
You
keep
know,
going.
you know the cheese wheel things that they do in
It's like
England?
that.
It's like that, but on rocks instead of grass. Still heading down, probably about halfway back, maybe a little more. We took a different path back on accident, but it turns out to be a happy accident because we're like in the woods on the way back. It's like a magical forest woods. So cool. This part's a little less magical, but stuff back there covered in moss, cool winding trees, that sort of thing. But we are, we're heading down, different way than we came up, but it's still following. It's like parallel almost to the meadow path with the little stream earlier. So I don't mind a different way down, see some different things. We didn't get too much of this like magical forest on the way up. So pretty good, pretty good. Saw a cool tree, took some photos of it. I'll pop them here. Wow, look at them. But we're still trekking. So one of the rangers at Harding Icefield, or Kenai Fjords National Park rather, was telling us that moose will scrape and eat bark off of trees during winter and early summer or spring. This might not be this might be something else, but something has gotten real into this tree because the sap that is collecting here is, there's a lot of it, and a lot of it looks kind of fresh. So we're just gonna keep our eyes peeled, be safe, be loud, and head down the mountain. This is the down part of the down. We are, this is level. As you can see, trail's not even in the shot if I level it. This is level. Carrie's not that far away from me, but pretty tall if you ask me. So we're taking the different trail down, like I said. And so this one is really, really soft. So we just gotta be careful with the spikes. Yeah, careful this part. I slid on this part a lot.
I can feel it.
Oh yeah, getting it in action. All right, I'm gonna keep going because there's more down. So it was a blessing in disguise because it was a really cool trail. Now it's become a really hard trail. And what I mean by that is, this is parallel. We gotta go down there. And there's a big old slide here that we could take, but if we do it wrong, we go right into those trees. So we're gonna take this kind of slightly dodgier path down. Blessing in disguise.
Did you put your poles in your pack? One of them?
I didn't mean to do that, but there was a bug in my mouth. So again, just to give a sense of what we just had to go down. This is parallel. That is where I was when I did the first video. We just had to come down the side here. Fun surprise. I think it's a bike trail. I'm seeing bike marks on the rock right there.
I'm hoping this is the last part of it.
So, no, I hope there's more fun. We have to like parachute off or something.
Or it's literally a dead end.
That would be hilarious. All right, down we go. Looks even crazier from down here.
Huh?
It looks even crazier from down here.
Oh, I thought you meant the path that we were going.
Oh, no.
I was like, it cannot be.
Like right here, that looks a little crazy. I kind of wanted to take the slide. I just didn't trust that I would land. No, I didn't trust that I would land where I needed to land. It's gonna be hard to see on the GoPro, but through here, that gray through those trees is a cliff face. I think we were on top of that and we had to go around the side and down this way to get down here. So no overlook there, so we couldn't really see the cliff face, but we can kind of see it from down here. And that's not something we saw on the way up, I'll tell you that.
This is not staying right.
No, this is down. So we're theorizing this either connects to a trail that we accidentally took at the bottom, or near the bottom, that sheet metal? What is this doing here?
Maybe a house used to be up here or something.
I doubt a house used to be up here. We accidentally took a part of the trail, and it was just kind of into the woods like this. And it was near a little bit of water. We're theorizing that this might connect back to that, or it's going to connect to the, I think it's the Two Lakes Park that's here. And if it connects to that, we'll have like a mile walk on the bottom to get back to the car, or half a mile or something like that. Going down the hill here, hoping we're not on someone's private property. Didn't see any signs or anything, but there's like a bucket here. And I'm curious what's in it. I'm gonna go look. I thought it was closed. It's not. Take a gander. There's a bucket and a trough, or like a trowel. So I'm wondering if that's used for helping to maintain the trail. If they dig out parts or something. I don't know. But it's not mine, so I'm not taking it. We're continuing down in sort of the right direction. No crazy drops yet, but definitely some steep parts. And all of this below us is so squishy, and a lot of it's really hollow because it's not compressed. So our hiking poles are sinking into the ground. So we just gotta go real low and slow, take our time with it, be very mindful and cautious. Happy accident success. We're kind of done with going down, which is really nice, or down like that. And the theory that this connected to the Two Lakes Park is correct. We are officially on the trail for Two Lakes. So we're gonna finish this little portion of this trail, connect to, well, go to where the parking lot is for this, and it'll be like half a mile to a mile walk to our car, which I think barbecue's on the way, which we're planning on stopping and getting anyway. So, happy accident, worked out really well. The only reason we followed through with that is because we knew that we were going in the direction that we needed to, right? If this was taking us away from downtown Seward, over towards, you know, the Seward Highway, we wouldn't have gone it, we would have turned around. But I was following it the whole time on all trails. I saw that we were running parallel to the other trail that we came up on, all that stuff. So we weren't being irresponsible. We made informed decisions, but we made fun decisions. There's one of the lakes through the trees there. The water's like turquoise-ish, so you can't see it too well through the trees, but there it is. We're here, crossing the little stream here. The lakes are over there, at least one of the two. And there's buildings right there. So we're all good, all good. Just gonna have to take the sidewalk back. Go over here and take a look at this little inlet feeding the lake. Beautiful. News, not even close to a mile. If we go through that and then walk up, we're parked right there.
Oh my
Remember that waterfall that we saw on the way up? Yeah. It's right there. Or at least one of them. Probably a portion of it. But this is the waterfall that feeds the lakes here. Pretty cool. So it turns out there's signs there that say private entry, not public access to park. But there were no signs on the other side that we walked through to go out that way. So I'm gonna argue that we didn't break any rules because there was no signs telling us not to go out that way. There's only a sign saying don't go in that way. But good news, that white car up there is our car. So we're back. We're gonna go get some food. We're gonna go change at the Airbnb, get comfy, and then go to the Seward Sea Life Center, Seward Aquatic Center. Oof, it's one of those. Basically the aquarium nearby, Science Research Center. We're gonna go there after lunch. Back of the car, we made it. Having a little banana as a snack, probably gonna go get some lunch. So, All Trail says we did about 1,800 feet because we didn't go all the way to the top. Got a little dicey there at the end. Just really steep, not super secure rocks, you know, all the shale, that sort of thing. No worries, turned around, came back. Took the wrong way back, but it was a bit of a happy accident because it was really cool, magical forest. Then it got really steep. Nobody got hurt, so that's an automatic success. I do feel blisters already forming on my feet, so I'm gonna have to go take care of those. I would give this trail, honestly, it had forests, meadows, mountains, snow, it had everything. Had beautiful views of the water and the bay, Resurrection Bay, of the town and everything like that. This trail's like a 9.8. I don't really know how it could get much better. Maybe if there was more flowers, but there was a lot of flowers.
I wish it was a little wider through the berries.
The berries were a little close.
I respect that they're not trying to change the
landscape, the layout too much. Like they're not going up there with, you know, weed whackers and trimmers and cutting stuff back crazy. So it was fun. It was good. I loved that trail a lot. Definitely fast climb in the beginning there. You know, the first 3 miles that we did was, I think All Trails logged it as like basically 500, 600 foot elevation gain for those first 3 miles, sort of thing. But All Trails got a little weird on the way down, and Apple Watch got a little weird on the way down. It didn't really track things too well. So take it with a grain of salt, somewhere around there. Something in that tree. Making that bird noise. But we're gonna go get food. Probably won't record any of it, or maybe I'll do a quick snapshot of what the food looked like, and then we're gonna go back and get changed.
All right, so for the hiking trail, I would give it maybe a solid 9 because of the space at the top.
Boo.
And then, Brennan.
Boo.
It was also a little challenging for someone with a fear of heights. Cue the turnaround.
I mean,
but overall, a good time.
Look, we're going on top of a mountain. You know, anyone with a fear of heights is gonna have an issue with being on top of a mountain, right? But you did a really good job. You did a really good job. I think 9's respectable for it. I think that's a good answer. So.
All right. If I got over here, would you want to share with me?
Yeah, I'll have some of it. You could get like a Dr. Pepper too, or diet if you want, or something.
Oh, is this still recording? Because it's flashing.
What's up? Changed, living life. Now we're at the Alaskan Sea Life Center. We're gonna do all this stuff. They have an audio tour, so hence the AirPod. Carrie's got one, I've got one. Away we go. Permission to come aboard. First of all, that's not supposed to be like that. We're gonna be down here. Okay, you're gonna need the clutch. You're gonna steer. Get out of the way, Carrie.
सब लोग
वो कह रही है इधर जो है वो सब सेफ है।
Well said, well said.
How close can we get? Are we allowed to get as close? I'm not gonna touch, but can we get closer?
Just make sure we leave a few feet of space for them.
Bird. That's so cool.
Their natural life cycle, they're actually one of the few species we actually have permanency or release, though have plenty of space for what they need.
Yeah.
Larry, no, that one's Mo. Me, some guess myself and decide that's Mo. I would say maybe.
Just crawl. Just crawl through real quick. Come on.
Alright, you don't get my picture either.
Well, I already took your video. How do you stack up? What?
I don't know.
You're not on here. You weigh as much as a banana. We successfully completed the Alaska Sea Life Center. Very cool, very, very cool. We then walked around town for a little bit, went into a few more stores. I got some cool things that I'll show you later. We came back to drop that off before we were gonna go dinner. Carrie had to go to the bathroom. I laid in this bed and now I can't get up, so. Carrie's gonna go get me food. She's gonna go out for me and I'll just kind of stay here and she'll have a good time. Carrie's gonna go get me some food.
No.
She's gonna bring it back. She is the hunter and the gatherer for the household. So, no, we're gonna go to the Alaskan Brewing Company, or no, what is it called? It's just a brewery. I don't remember the name of the brewery. I'm sure they have beer from an Alaskan Brewing Company, if not all of them. But it's a brewery just a block down from our place that we're staying in. And hang out, grab a drink, grab some food, take it chill for the night. Our legs and feet are getting tired because we did a lot of standing in the museum and everything, and we got a lot of days of hiking, so we're gonna take it easy. Do not eat those peanuts.
You're taking too long.
Do not eat those peanuts. We're going to get food.
Okay, then let's go.
And you just threw it on the ground. We're gonna get rats. Unbelievable. Hello everyone. We went to dinner at the Seward Brewing Company. It was delicious. I had a crazy pizza. I don't even remember everything that was on it. It had like radish, parmesan, watermelon, some sort of like gochujang spice mix, brisket, pulled pork. It was a crazy combination. It was really good. Carrie had a chicken sandwich, but a hot chicken sandwich with some honey on it and everything. That was phenomenal. She let me have a little bit of it. Super good dinner. I would rate, what would you rate that one, Carrie? I would rate that one like a 8.2 out of 10.
I think 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. You know what? I think you're right. I think I'm being a little too harsh.
based off of like last night that I gave a pretty solid rating to, I think I'm bumping up to like an 8.7. 8.7 out of 10. Final answer. We're coming down here, Resurrection Bay. We're gonna find a little bench to sit at. Carrie's cold, but she's kind enough to come down here with me because I want to sit on a bench and maybe even just a rock and watch the water for a little bit. Really gonna be really hard to see, but there's a seal poking his little nose out of the water here right in Resurrection Bay. I'll spin you around if he pops back up again. There he is. He gave a little pop up. All right, he's going back that way now, so. Anyway, just cool. Actual wildlife in the bay, hanging out, doing its thing. I mean, there's birds too, but you know, we see those all the time. Look at him, look at him. No. He was poking his head out. These guys are throwing rocks in the water, like skipping rocks. And I think he's interested in what they're tossing, why they're tossing them. Morning of day 4. We're in a parking lot. We started a little late. We are doing a Kenai Fjords tour today. So we're getting all the stuff we need for that: cameras, jackets, raincoats. We're gonna be on the water for like 6-ish hours or so. Hopefully we see a lot of animals. That'd be cool and awesome and fun. It's supposed to rain today, eventually. Wow, that's the temperatures at home. That is not the temperatures here. Here, I'll show you the temperatures here in a sec. More like that. So a lot nicer here, in my opinion. We're hanging out, grabbing the stuff we need, getting on the Kenai Fjords tour. We gotta check in at 7, so we'll do that, and then I'll see you on the boat. On the boat, all situated, ready to roll. Found a nice little seat in the corner here with a window on the back and the side. This 2-person seat, it was perfect. Mwah, chef's kiss. We got a little table here with the setup. We're going to leave in probably 10 minutes. And then we'll probably grab a spot like maybe right there on the rail outside. That way we're not blocking people's views.
On our way out of the harbor.
The only downside is that we're right in front of the ladder, but no one should be getting on that while we're moving, theoretically. So, but we'll grab a spot there. I know every time that they see a whale or whatever, they'll try to spin the boat so that both sides can see it evenly.
Oh, yeah,
so
they did do that.
we don't need to worry about like, oh, everybody sprint to that side. Oh, everybody sprint to this side. So at least I don't think we will. Carrie's been feeling a little meh this morning. So I'm sure a boat will fix that. A boat ride will make that feel better for sure, for sure. Next update you'll see will probably be when we see some animals. I'm gonna try to take some photos of them. I'm super admiring this guy's camera gear next to me. Ready? I'm gonna get a glimpse. He's got a beefy camera. It's so cool. We've shipped out. We're on the move. It's a little wet. It's a little dreary, but we've already seen an otter and seals. So hopefully we see some killer whales, some humpback whales. And hopefully it doesn't rain too much.
Yeah.
I think they saw something. Just saw an eagle on a rock, allegedly called the Eagle Rock. There might be another one in that tree right there. Yeah. Straight ahead, white head. We found out real quick, the captain will slam on the brakes and this boat can slow down fast. It's kind of crazy. But this is making me really excited to go kayaking tomorrow because we're going to be like right along the water, but on the other side of the bay.
Which glaciers are we going to talk about?
Pretty bad.
Tends to
binoculars right
If you
now.
see that one way up high,
Way up high.
they'll use their
Yelling at each other. They're fighting. That bird just pooped. Even more birds. That's the end of Resurrection Bay. The young birds make their nest low because they don't know that storms will wash their stuff away. The older ones make their nest higher because they've learned. We're in open water. Heading up.
We are taking pictures and seeing some humpback whales. And I think that's an eagle. Wow.
Where'd that go?
In my pocket.
Get back.
off to our left at 10.
There's two tidewater glaciers, meaning that the glacier touches the ocean, the salt water. Pretty cool. I don't remember the names. Just past the first big chunk of glacier ice. A bunch of birds on it. We're heading over to, I forget the name of this glacier, but we're heading over to it. Gonna get up close. See apparently a lot of seals. Apparently they like to hang out on the ice and whatnot. Starting to see a lot more ice. Not so much on this side. I'm willing to bet that this is where we're going to stop and have lunch and just kind of stare at the glacier for a little bit. Seal, that was a seal pop.
See these horizontal lines? That's quartz. Back during the Great Gold Rush, prospectors would look for veins of quartz, and that's where they would start looking for gold. And even modern day prospectors do the same thing.
had lunch. It was a chicken burrito, and it was pretty good. We saw a glacier up close, another set of humpback whales, a mom and a calf. Took some photos. That was pretty cool. But we're headed back now. We should get back within the hour. Inland looks a little more dark and gloomy. Out here, it's pretty nice.
The boat, but only you can tip the crew, and I really appreciate that. So please be kind, show your appreciation to them on the way out. And on behalf of myself and everybody here at Kenai Fjords Tours, I want to thank you once again for coming along. I want to wish you calm seas, fair winds, and especially a safe journey home.
Back in Seward.
Oh yeah.
Well, getting into the car here. We're gonna run back to our room. And by run, I mean drive. But it'll be a very quick jaunt. We're heading back to drop some stuff off, go to the bathroom. I gotta plug in a camera battery. And then we're gonna go to Kenai Fjords, specifically the Harding Icefield Trail. I think we can only do 3 miles round trip for that because a portion of the trail is an avalanche warning, right? Not even watch or potential hazard. It's straight up an avalanche warning because it's apparently very prone to avalanching.
And lots of ice on the trail.
And like the trail itself is, this is where the confusion was that I was having. The trail itself is over some snow and ice because it's just at that point in the season. And the trail itself is what would get kind of swept away in the avalanche. So only gonna do about 3 miles round trip for that, and then head home, figure out what to do there. But we gotta remember to get our book stamped. We have a passport, National Parks passport. We gotta get it stamped, otherwise we didn't go. So the boat tour that we just did was awesome. Super phenomenal. Awesome. Saw fin whales, humpback whales, otters, sea lions, seals, like harbor seals, some porpoises, lots of birds, lots of birds. Including eagles, puffins, all of it. Ton of fun, great tour, Kenai Fjords boat tour.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, I as far as boat tours go, that's definitely one of the best I've been on, for sure. We did the 6-hour one and we went pretty far out, saw the glacier. I mean, you saw all the stuff already. It was awesome, good time. We are all changed, situated, ready to boogie. We are heading to Kenai Fjords National Park to do the Harding Icefield Trail. So it's like a 20-minute drive. We're gonna check out the ranger station, talk with the rangers, see what animal life is looking like today, get some more information about the avalanche stuff, and then go on the trail. We're gonna take a picture with this at the park, heading to the ranger station, or the nature center, I believe is the official title. Gonna ask him about animals, wildlife, yada yada, and then hit the trail. Starting the Harding Icefield Trail. Can only do about 1.5 miles in because of the avalanche, but here we go. Climbing a mountain here. You can sort of see through the trees. That area right there is that basin that we were in when we did the hike on Sunday, yesterday. We were in that basin down there, and the glacier's up that way. We're climbing this mountain. Should have a view by the top. Going up, check this out. Goes straight down the mountain. I can picture a black bear right there. Just getting a drink, hanging out. Up we go. When we stop, nobody knows. Just kidding, it's like mile 1.5 or something like that.
Yo, bear. Sick. Yo, bear.
Okay.
We're good. I forgot to record because we've just kind of been climbing, but apparently we're 5 minutes from the top and it's already opened up so beautifully. Oh, and there's a nice breeze here. Feel the cold wind. And then that's Harding Glacier, or Exit Glacier. And then Harding Ice Field is up there. Now we heard from a little lady wearing the same stuff that we were. Well, I meant we heard from a little lady. That's what I meant. That there is the part where they have the avalanche warning, avalanche watch, not recommended to go. It's actually pretty safe and sturdy for even just these without any snowshoes. So we'll evaluate when we get there, but this is beautiful. Top of the mountain there lit up. Absolutely gorgeous. It'd be really cool to just like see a bear run like right here through. Honestly, really just see a bear at all. There were some people that were coming down and said they saw a black bear coming through. And there were other people that said that they didn't see anything, but they heard people say that there were bear spotting. So we might sit at the meadow for a bit and see if we can see some wildlife crossing or something. I don't know, we'll see what the meadow looks like. We are in Marmot Meadows. We've gone to an overlook of the glacier. This is pretty sick, pretty cool. Check this out. That's the glacier right there. So earlier we were way down that way looking at the front of it the other day. Specifically on Saturday, we were looking at the front of that, and now we get to see the top. That's cool. So many different waterways feeding from the side of the mountain down. Of course, you got stuff going under the glacier too, leading in. Animal, there's an animal through the trees on top of that rock right there. There he goes. It's a cool guy. We went off a little side trail and we kind of followed like a little creek down, and it took us to here. So close to the glacier yet so far. The trail keeps going, but I'm interested in knowing where it goes, but the area is labeled as hazardous and Carrie has had her fill. So we might head back to the meadow. But I am curious where this leads. It's got to be some crazy viewpoint right on the edge. But maybe another day we'll find out. Maybe another day. We've got to start at the top. We're heading back down. Probably, I don't know, 20, 25 minutes heading down so far, somewhere around there. Mm-hmm. Starting to drizzle slightly. That's all right, we're prepared. Not a whole lot more people coming up because it is already 6 p.m. No bear, no moose, but we did see a marmot, a few birds. I learned their song. It goes like this. Pretty cool to hear like 5 of them going off at once. But we're heading back down now. We waited for a bit in the meadow to see if we could see some wildlife crossing through, something, but nada. A lot of people have been on the trail today, so they're probably wary of it, of course. It's also 6. I don't know, that might be a bear's bedtime. I don't know. bugs here are crazy. We finished. Visiting center's back that way. We are done. We did approximately 5 miles total. Added a little more on with the little exploration there up at the meadow. Went slightly past the meadow to the avalanche point. Did it, feels good. Great views of the glacier from up there. No bears, no moose, which I'm a little bummed about, especially since on the way up, there were some people that were like, we just saw a black bear. And the rangers were like, yeah, a black bear and her cub have been spotted. So a bit of a bummer, but you know, such is life, right? What happened?
He's in here.
Well,
I did.
we can go run them over. I like drive over and drop them off. We accidentally left our eaten apples in the car and forgot to throw them away. So we're gonna go drop those off. But before we do that, we gotta give this a rating, Carrie. Okay. You know what, let's do that in the car because of the bugs. Those bugs are ruthless. It feels like, especially today, more than yesterday. But Exit Glacier was phenomenal. Harding Ice Trail was fun. We didn't get to the ice trail part of the trail, but you know, whatever. I would give this hike, I give it like a 9.3. I think I do that because my expectations were a little higher in terms of natural wildlife. And I'll say this now, I told Carrie I was gonna say this on camera. 2 days ago, when we had a tour with CV's Iditarod, whatever, Joe, the bus driver, said, and I quote, "You will 100% see grizzly bears in the meadow. There's a ton of squirrels there, ground squirrels, they run around, they teach their cubs to hunt, whatever," right? Joe said you will 100%, this is an Alaskan native, a Seward native, who said you will 100% see, actually he said a bear, he didn't even say grizzly bear, he said a bear in the meadow. And you know what we didn't see, Joe? You son of a biscuit. You know what we didn't see? A bear. So, brings it down for me a little bit. I think that's just on me. My expectations were a little high. That has nothing to do with the trail. The trail was phenomenal. I really loved the off-trail little, it wasn't off-trail because it was, they marked it as just a hazardous trail, but it wasn't an official trail, i.e. it wasn't part of the Harding Icefield Trail. But it was like a little bit off up at the meadow, and it like followed a little stream down, like literally you were like walking in like a tiny little stream that was the trail, and it led to like a little grove area with some nice overlook closer to the glacier. It was really cool. It was really cool. So 9.3 for me. Carrie?
Probably 9. I enjoyed the foliage and seeing the glacier, and there's lots of moments where you could get a good view on the way up.
Yeah, they had a lot of moments where you would like be hiking through shrubbery, trees and whatever, and then you would turn around a switchback, and 5 feet up that switchback, boom, open. You can just see out into the basin down below or up to the cliffside on the other side. It was pretty cool. We were keeping an eye out for bears all the way out there. We were like, hello. But we couldn't see any. And the meadow up top is cool. Meadow up top's cool. We're a little spoiled with Shenandoah's big meadow because, you know, we go to Shenandoah a lot. So in my head, I was picturing the meadow being a little bit bigger and a little more open. But in comparison to everything around it, that's for sure a meadow. Yeah, without a doubt. So 3? And you said 9?
9.
Yeah. What did you give yesterday?
Good 9.
Both of these are just 9.0s?
A lot of fun.
You gotta get the decimals in there.
Oh.
All right. Well, we're gonna go get dinner. I completely forgot to record that I got Alaskan king crab, a salmon bake at a restaurant called The Salmon Bake. Carrie got a New York strip, and I completely forgot to record all of it, but we got a blueberry cobbler. Good morning, Krusty crew. Day 5 in Alaska. We are doing Lost Lake Trail today. The weather is gross. Slightly wet, slightly moist. But we're going to be doing this trail. There is no one else in this parking lot except for a United States Forest Service vehicle. So he might already be on the trail, might already be walking it. Carrie's filling out the registry. Yeah. It's today the 24th. So no one's been out today yet.
Nope, only 2 people yesterday too.
Yeah.
I mean, someone could
Well,
have not
2
registered.
2 groups of 2, so 4. Also true, people could have not registered, that's possible. But off the bat, so much life. We have this little inchworm guy dangling in the air from Impossible Heights. So we're gonna do this trail. It's supposed to be 14 miles round trip, but a lot of stuff that we were reading says that the ice and stuff out this way is not really doable if you don't have snowshoes and stuff like that. So we're probably only going to go up to that ice, which is still 3 miles in, so it'll still be a 6-mile hike. But I don't think we'll be making it to the Lost Lake, even though, you know, that's the namesake, but that's okay. So here we go. We're on the hike. This is the climb.
Oh.
I mean, yes, I am tired. But look at this. That's so cool. Mushrooms sticking out with moss growing on top of them like a little shelf. It's just like a beautiful... It's crazy. It's crazy. Chugach National Forest, guys. I mean, look at that tree that's leaning right there. Covered in moss, still alive. It's crazy. It's crazy. So, also being the first ones on this trail, just got to be a little extra vigilant pertaining to making sure we're looking for wildlife, doing a lot of noises, right? But man, is this cool. We don't really have anything like this on the East Coast, so it's pretty magical. We actually just ran into some people who didn't sign the registry, shame, but they only went an hour in and an hour back, so we don't actually know how far they got in. But they said they had a good time, no bears. We shed some layers because it's kind of not really raining anymore. It's like this weird light mist, you know, rainforest vibe sort of thing. So we shed some layers. We're gonna keep going. We're half a mile in, probably less. What's going on over there?
My pack is crooked.
All right, well, uncrooked it.
I can't figure it out.
All right, well, that's going to become a problem because your one shoulder is going to hurt more than your other one. Anyway, super cool magical rainforest. I love me some moss, so the fact that everything here is covered in moss is mwah, chef's kiss. Yes. During heavy storms, this place absolutely floods. You can picture the water rushing down. Heading up into a cloud now. Now it's really a mystical forest. Moss everywhere, sound of running water. Everything's wet. And now there's a fog.
Legend of Zelda.
Legend of Zelda coded. A lot of the streams here bring to mind the phrase babbling brook. I'm not quite sure if you're allowed to have a babbling brook outside of Ireland or even maybe Scotland, but that's what these streams are given. They're given babbling brook. It might be a little hard to see on camera, but there's an indent here and an indent here, and then another one here and another one here, another one here. And I just saw it before. I can't find it again. It's probably back on the trail a little more, but I'm not going to backtrack that much. A very obvious bear print. It didn't look huge, so probably a younger bear, but nonetheless a bear. Or it could be a black bear, right? Doesn't have to be a grizzly. But there's definitely been bears walking this trail. You can see the footprints every now and then. No idea how old it is. So we're just gonna keep our eyes peeled, stay safe, stay loud. Safety's off. So, still on the trail.
This is scary.
Super cloudy. We're hearing a lot of water. If I'm not mistaken, down here should be Resurrection River, I believe.
Careful, Brent.
Oh,
Holy crap.
that's a flowing river for sure.
We're way up here.
Now, I don't know for certain if that's Resurrection River. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. But I don't know of any other water stream that's that strong that was labeled in this area. But if we weren't in a cloud, we'd be able to see a lot more. But it's pretty cool. Look at this. This is parallel. The river is straight down. We've entered kind of a meadow waterway leading down the mountain over there. Some really closed in shrubbery. Woo. So we're trying to be vigilant. I'm gonna put you away so I can cross this stream. Can't see anything in the cloud, but it's kind of the vibe. At least it's semi-nice weather for hiking. Still up here in the meadow, taking a break. Just listening to the sounds of the birds. There's something kind of peaceful about being up in the mountains here, but not being able to see anything. Like, you can see your local vicinity, but it kind of forces you to really focus more on the exact area you're in rather than the views that are far away. And honestly, feels like an allegory for life. People always be looking far away, the next thing, right? But you take the time to really look at where you are currently and what you got going on, where you were and what got you here.
My jacket's soaked from hitting all the plants.
Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, no big deal, Carrie. I'm just in the middle of a really deep philosophical thing, you know, a bit of an analysis, and Carrie goes, oh my God, my jacket's wet from hitting all the plants. Anyway. Onward. Out of the meadow into a semi-meadow, where we got some forest on our right, some meadow-ish to our left, and then down that way, back a little bit. Let me see if I can get to an opening for you. There is a piece of ice. Might be able to see it through the tree right there. So there's a mountain over there, for sure. There's a mountain right here, for sure, that we're on. Kind of a quasi-meadow forest system here. Absolutely stunning. Lots of birds, loving the birds. This is the saddest part of the trip. I forgot to charge my Apple Watch last night. I am at 10% left on my watch, which means it will die mid-hike, which means really I will not have done the hike because the information isn't logged. Good news, All Trails is tracking it. Other interesting news, so we're on this trail here. We have some fresh moose scat chilling right there. So keeping an eye out for moose. Might have gone into the bush here, might have kept following the trail, so that's interesting. This is the freshest sign of any wildlife that we've seen other than an actual bird, so. So we just went along that kind of like cliff edge, and it's not quite a meadow, but it's like more open up this way. Still pretty foggy, but this feels like an area where a lot of wildlife would kind of hang out and walk through since it's not as dense. We found even fresher moose scat. Not to the point where we can smell it, but it's definitely moose scat, and you can see it was going this way because it's been dropping as it goes, which is crazy because you would never think a moose went through there, but it did. Or it came this way and went that way, but either way, we made it. We made it all the way. It feels good, doesn't it? There it is. The Lost Lake. Wow. Barely deep enough to get a foot wet. But look at this. Look at how open this is up here. It's freaking beautiful, dude. It's freaking beautiful. All right, I'm gonna put you away so I can have a hand on a hiking pole and a hand on the bear spray. Short one because we've been trying to keep pace because we want to get back over that cliff's edge before the rain comes through, but look at this. Absolutely beautiful. Still moving. Came from out of the trees there. We're kind of steadily going up, but look at this. If it wasn't foggy, we'd have like two, not super deep, but just interesting dips down on both sides of us. And there's like some larger hills sticking out here. Hey, this is fascinating. Yeah, I can't even see we're going that way. I see a little bit of snow up there, but this is wild.
That looks like it really does go straight down.
To the left?
Yeah.
Smidge. Made it pretty far, probably about 6 miles of the 7, but it's a little too dodgy. The trail gets lost, it's a little too foggy. But you can kind of see through mountains on the sides over there. See down over here. So we're gonna turn around, head back. Basically did the whole thing. Still on our way down, but it's actually starting to clear up a little bit. You can see the other mountain over there. Sun's trying to peek through. It's very peaceful. Looking forward to when we get more towards that meadow part and see how that looks. Somewhere. Had a quick snack break, some peanut butter and jellies. Now we're heading back down, and the view's cleared up a bit. You can actually see the complete other mountain face over there. You can definitely feel the warmer air coming in too. Every now and then there's a little bit of a cold breeze, but you can see a lot more on the way down, which should be nice. I'd like to get some views of the river on the way down. There's a really cool series of falls right there, coming down from that mountainside, running into this river down here. Carrie's going to the bathroom real quick. We're on our way down. Still so beautiful. Oh my God. Just beyond that mountain, over that way, is some water from Resurrection Bay. Beautiful stream coming down the mountain right there. Just stunning. I see even a little bit of blue sky up there. Unbelievable. Day was supposed to be pretty crummy and it's turned out to be pretty good, pretty good. So we probably have another 3 miles, 3.5 miles, maybe 4. I think it's closer to 3.5 to get down the mountain. Headed down into the forest layer now. Now that you can see a little more, you can kind of see the waterway, the river flowing down here, right down the valley. Just a few yards, 100 yards down. You can really see it there. Also, this cliff right here, let me just show you, since you just walked by it. You can really see that it looks like that there was a mudslide right here. All this where the trees are gone and angled down, straight down. So let's not get too close, shall we? Anyway, that's really cool that it cleared up enough for us to be able to see that, because we could hear it the whole way up. You could hear it, and you could get glimpses of kind of the whitewater every now and then, but friend. What is it?
I never finished zipping it after we stopped.
Zip it. We made it, but we gotta sign out the register.
That wasn't here earlier.
Yes, it was.
That wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Well, it wasn't in this particular spot.
That might be true. We did it. We're back. Semi-funny series of events. So quick story time. I lost the safety to the bear spray because I took it off at the beginning of the hike because we were the first ones on the trail. So I was like, hey, I'm gonna have this ready to go, ready to roll. No one should be coming at us. And then I lost the bear spray, or the safety for the bear spray. At like halfway through the hike, I was like, oh God, I don't know where it is. I couldn't feel it in my pocket. And then I told Carrie, I went, you know what? I think I put it in my pocket, and I've been checking all trails with my phone. And I was like, it might have fallen out of my pocket when I was doing that. So we were looking for it on the trail. We didn't see it. I was like, oh, well, we'll just be really careful with the bear spray when we store it, yada, yada. We get back to the car. Carrie goes, hey, can you open the trunk? And I go, sure thing. And I go to reach for the key. Can't feel the key. I've now lost the key. Carrie walks up to the passenger seat, tries the door anyway, and it opens. And I go, huh, I could have sworn I locked that. And then she goes, hey, you're not gonna believe this. And I went, oh, is the key in the car? And she went, not only is it in the car, it's in the ignition. I literally left the key in the ignition in the car for the entire, what, 6.5 hours that we just did this hike for?
Yep.
So shout out to all of these fine individuals that are parked near us for not deciding to steal our rental car, because that would have been a big problem. That would have been a huge problem. Anyway, all that to say, we're gonna put everything away, go get some food, hang out for the rest of the day, maybe do another hike later, but we gotta rate this one first. I'm gonna give this one, I really, really liked the mystical forest vibe. And then on the way back, we actually had some sweet views of the mountains and the range there. I actually liked this more than Harding Icefield yesterday. I would give this a like 9.4, 9.3. What are you thinking?
My heart's saying 8.
Lower, right? Really?
Yeah.
8? Wow.
I think just because you get a lot of the same stuff for going a lot further.
Yeah, but let me
But
ask you this. Let me ask you
we
this.
also couldn't see anything the first half.
It's only a national forest. Does that like bump it up a little bit because it's not a national park? You know what I mean? So like for a national forest, that was
mean,
a
it's
pretty
still a
cool
good time.
national forest.
It's
All
still a
right,
good time.
fair enough. Carrie's not a fan of the decimals, clearly, because she keeps choosing whole numbers. So, all right, we're gonna get ready, head back, and then grab some food and massage our muscles because we are. Sorry, I opened the trunk, but the bear spray was on the top, and I just. Whatever, we're tired. See you in a bit. Hello everyone, back in the room. Completely forgot to record it because I'm not a food blogger kind of guy, so I keep forgetting to do it. But we stopped somewhere, got some snacks, went into a few stores to look around, got some art, that sort of stuff. We went and ate at a Mexican place nearby, and the burrito was amazing. I got a rockfish burrito, and it was fucking fire. Then we went and we got some gelato. It's really good. I'm gonna finish eating this, and then we're gonna head over to Lowell Point to do a like mile or an hour and a half hike. It's like 3-mile round trip, something like that. So we're gonna head over there while the weather's holding out, and then we'll come back, probably get some dinner. It's already 4, so it'll be a later dinner, maybe some drinks, hang out for the night, and then we gotta pack already. Yes, your gelato's over here. Look at her. She's scoping it out. She's like, hold on, where is my sweet treat? It's over here somewhere. And then we got to pack. We already got to freaking pack to leave Seward. That's crazy. Tomorrow we have kayaking, so it will be wet. So we'll need some stuff. Like rain jackets, ponchos, whatever. I'm sure they'll have some like bibs for us to use and whatnot. Maybe some gloves. Gloves would be nice because the water is going to be cold. So that's a tomorrow problem to deal with. Tonight we go.
Brennan.
What? It's my vlog. I'm allowed to burp on it. Tonight we go to Lowell Point and do a little hike there again, and then dinner. Hey gang, doing Tanzia Creek Trail. but we gotta pay, I think it's $5 for a parking ticket, and so we shall. This one is at Lowell Point, Alaska State Park. So, going off trail here a little bit, that's the main trail. This one's a shorter hike, so you're not gonna get too many updates from me. But this is a pretty cool little outskirt area. Just kind of perusing. Honestly, I'm really using this hike as kind of the picture hike. Taking a lot of photos. I brought the camera with me for when we did the hike earlier today, but it just didn't really make it out of the bag with the weather and yeah. But this area is pretty. And that tree's cool too, so I'm gonna try and get some pictures of that. So, made it to essentially the end of what we will be doing for this trail, and man, was it worth it. They say you're also kind of likely to see a black bear down here because stream salmon, bears like to eat salmon, you know, all that jazz. But we're gonna do a little exploring, especially since I don't think it's exactly high tide yet. We're gonna look that up, slash just kind of feel it out and run away as soon as we see the water start to rise. But man, that's just gorgeous. We were just all the way out there. Saw some pretty cool stuff. There's so many rocks out there that have oysters attached to them and barnacles like this one, where the tide comes in, they get their nutrients, the tide goes out, they hang out. But look at this, it's an entire, the whole tree is driftwood. The entire tree. Yeah, it's crazy. I feel like you don't see that. It's wild. I also forgot to mention, so there's a bird that I took a photo of at the Alaska Sea Life Center, and I believe it's called the oyster shucker, or like a black oyster shucker or something like that. And we've been seeing them out here in the wild, and it makes sense why they're called oyster shuckers, because they come out here with their long beaks, and the oysters that are in this dry basin here get shucked. Not all of them, but the big ones it looks like they go for. They leave the little ones to let them grow. Not worth the effort, but didn't see it in action, but saw it pretty close to action. We are done with Lowell Point, or rather, what is this, Talkeetna Creek Trail, I think. We're done here. Tide's coming in some more. Going back across the bridge, heading up. Imagine we got like 300 feet up or something like that. Damn, we're tired. But we're heading back up. I probably will not film any of it because I am tired. You look so stupid.
Ow. Thanks.
Got her. Got her. Just work some different muscles, strengthen those knees. You know, if I'm gonna spend the time doing all this workout stuff, might as well hit all the muscle groups. This is the last haul before we're out. That's the gate up there. From there, it's probably another 5 minutes to the car. Hello everyone, we've made it back to the car. That was, what was this? What did we just do?
Ton? I want to say Tansia, but that's not.
Give me a sec, hold on. Everybody stay calm, hold on. I almost said Talkeetna, but that's not it, that's where we're going. It definitely starts with a T. I'll bet my entire life saving that starts with a T.
Wait, I took a picture of the map.
Man, this car was here when we got here.
They could be camping.
This was, I can't
I think
see
you're
it.
supposed to go that way in a row.
Genuinely? I don't think so. Hang on, Carrie's pulling up the map. She'll tell us. Always take a picture of the trail map before you go on the trail. just good etiquette. It's smart. She'll find it
It
here.
is Tonsina Creek.
What?
Tonsina Creek.
Little ground squirrel.
Oh.
Tonsina Creek. A little more than a creek. I would definitely call that a river. A small river, but a river nonetheless. I gotta dodge these potholes on the way down. I liked this trail a lot. It was a lot easier than some of the stuff we did earlier, and if we didn't go crazy hard, I'm just gonna go this way. Earlier this morning, there's some more down here. If we didn't go crazy hard earlier this morning, this would have felt like pretty much nothing, which would have been really nice. But we did go hard this morning, so this one felt a little bit tougher than it probably should have. But it was still really nice. We got to see a lot going down to the kind of flood area down there, or from the tides. Tide basin, I guess is the best way to say it. Was amazing. It was so cool to see all the different seaweed pieces and barnacles and everything like that that was down there. It was really, really cool. I would give this trail, please be a bear, and that's why this car stopped.
Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it, so I'm just gonna go around you. Okay, yep. No bear, you know, brings down the rating for sure. No moose, no nothing like that. Brings down the rating a little bit. But I really enjoyed this one. I'm gonna give this one an 8.5. Carrie, your thoughts?
I'll also give an 8.5.
Wow, interesting how Carrie gave this trail an 8.5. But
don't you think you would
the
have given
one-
it like a 9 if it was longer?
well, it is longer. We just didn't do.
It has a lot in how short of a version we did.
Yes, we did the shorter version. There is a lot more to this trail, and we didn't do it. This trail has the potential to be what? Was it 9 miles long? 8.5 miles, which is longer than what we did today. Earlier today.
In one direction.
In one direction, 8 miles one direction. So if we did the whole thing, you know, that'd be completely different. And there is a bit of a goal at the end, kind of like Lost Lake. You see the lake at the end. This one, there's a kind of like the ruins of a military lookout, military base from World War II at the end of the point. Someone's dog is in the road. Someone's dog is in the road. Can you hop out? Actually, real quick.
Are they supposed? It might belong to the shipyard.
Hold
Or
up.
are they stopped for this dog too? What is he doing?
I don't know. Are you okay, bud? Oh, in training. Okay, I guess this is part of the training. That was
Are we
weird.
sure?
I don't really know what's going on. That feels like that dog should not be out there.
I don't know. I mean, what are we gonna do about it though?
I don't know. Hey, I'm gonna put you away.
Used to do this.
Update. So there was a golden retriever in the middle of the road, and he's got a vest that says service dog in training. That's a lie. I mean, he's a sweetheart and he's such a good pup. He's not a service dog in training. I think that's just because he wanted a nice vest for him. And like service dogs tend to have the best vests, right? One's for sale online, maybe have a patch you can throw on that says that, whatever. We were waiting for probably 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20, but I think it was only 15. Figuring out who to call, going through the list of priorities, right? Local animal shelters for advice, local adoption things.
Everything's closed.
Called the state troopers non-emergency line. Nobody answered. Makes sense. It's, you know, 8 p.m., 8:20 p.m. So, you know, everybody's home. They're going to call me back and be like, can we help you? They'd be like, hey, no, don't worry about it. We're good. We're chilling. But we had a feeling exactly what happened would happen, which is why we were waiting. I saw a camper van pull out of the building that we were next to. And we didn't do anything with the pup. We just kind of took him out and sat him down next to the car.
Out of the middle of the road.
Out of the middle of the road. He was a sweetheart. He was great. He was so sweet, so cuddly. He came right over as soon as I called him. He was awesome. Very well
groomed, maintained, clearly well cared for. So we were like, someone is looking for this dog right now. There's no way that he hasn't been outside for too long. He didn't have tufts of hair or whatever. He didn't have anything on him. And so we waited for a little bit, and what we thought happened would happen. What we thought would happen happened. There it is. And the owner came cruising down in like an RV attachment on a truck. And I was pointing, I saw them because they had turned out of the building and went left instead of right towards us. And I went, I think that might have been potential owners. And they just went looking for him, and then they came back down the other way, and I saw them about to turn back into the building they were at, and I kind of waved at them, and I was like, is this yours? And I like pointed to the dog, and then they rolled up and they were like, yeah, that's our dog. And they were really nice and everything, and he said that the dog is chipped, so like, worst case, someone takes him there, he's chipped, and then they go find him. But he was also like, yeah, he keeps doing this, I should probably put a phone number on him. We were like, yeah, you fucking should. That's like the first thing you do when you get a dog. And like, yeah, maybe they're just out road tripping, whatever, yada yada. But like, guys, put phone numbers and tags on your dogs and your pets and your cats. Put it on everything, okay? You got a ferret? Put a phone number on it, okay? It doesn't matter. It's like, let's not play the game of losing a loved animal because you didn't put a phone number on it. If we were malicious, which sometimes we are, we could have just scooped that pup up and left, and he would have been fine with it because he was so sweet and loving. He didn't care where he was going. So just be cognizant. Put some phone numbers on your pets. And a good ending to a story. That could have been a long night of driving him somewhere that was open to get him chipped to make sure that he belonged to someone, could have been a long night. So happy ending. We are now heading back to get food because we're hungry, and now we're hungrier. But we got a great story to tell. So you win some, you lose some. All right, we will see you guys. If I remember to record the meal that we get for dinner, then I'll do that. But if not, you'll probably see us at dessert. This place is so cool. Look at all these bottles. Anyway, I got a beer. Carrie got a Denali, no, Patty's Pink. Patty's something. She got a Patty's something. But here we go. Cheers.
Cheers.
I ordered a bucket of butt. It's halibut in like chicken nugget form. Carrie got a burger. We're gonna eat it. Carrie excitedly ordered a side of fries because she was upset she didn't have one. It's huge and there's so many fries and we shouldn't have gotten it. Hello everyone. We are packing because tomorrow we go straight to the kayaking place. I believe we have to be there at 7. And then our tour starts at 8. Or rather, I think we have to be there at 8. I'll double check that tonight. But regardless, once we leave this room tomorrow, we cannot come back because checkout is by 11 and the tour doesn't end until like 1 or 2. So we're gonna have to pack everything up tonight, put it in the car tomorrow, leave it in the car during the kayak tour, and then straight from the tour we're going to be going to the Alaskan Conservation Center. Really cool, basically as ethical as you can get zoo. Tons of space for tons of different animals specifically native to Alaska, right? And then we might stop by Girdwood, might do some stuff there, grab some food, look at a few places, see what's up, and then head on up to Anchorage. Get into Anchorage a little bit later. I told the Airbnb guy that our check-in would be 10 p.m. So get there a little late, check in with him, settle in there, and that'll be the end of the day tomorrow. It's supposed to be a little rainy tomorrow morning, so we are going in with the mentality of we're gonna have a change of clothes, already packed, ready to go. We've already scouted out some free bathrooms and I think some free showers, but we probably won't use the showers. Maybe just dry off at the harbor master's quarters building thing that's down by the docks. So got the day planned out. Today we did 19 miles. 19 miles today. Elevation gain, unsure. I haven't done the math, but if I had to get a quick guess, we had 500 from the last one, and the first one we had about 2100, 2000. So total 2500 elevation gain, I think. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Take it with a grain of salt. But regardless, a great day, a long day, lots of fun. Oh, the dinner rating. Oh, Carrie's in the shower. Well, I think I know what she's going to say. We had the sourdough, the chowder, the burger, the bucket of halibut. Really good. Basically fried chicken nuggets, but like fresh halibut. Amazing. And then the extra order side of fries that we should not have gotten because we had no space in our tummies for those. Meal was really good. The place was amazing. And oh my God, buckle up for this. I'm going to try and do this in under a minute. The table next to us was the weirdest amalgamation of people we've ever heard at a restaurant. There were two different couples there, but they were seated at the same table and they were seated diagonal from one another. On one diagonal, we had an older man and an older woman. Not old, that's not the right word, but like 50s, 60s, right? And then we had and on the other diagonal, we had a lady that was similar age as the woman, possibly sisters is what we're thinking. And diagonal to her, we believe was her daughter, who was around our age, like 28-ish, maybe a little younger. And her daughter were speaking French and English, so we're thinking maybe like French Canadian or straight up France, whatever. I'm thinking France because the guy made a comment. They became kind of buddy with the waiter, and he made a comment about like Canada sucking in terms of like 2020 and whatever, and I was like, a bold statement to make. And then later it came out conversation with the waiter. He was like, oh yeah, I'm an ex-cop. And we were like, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Anyway, they were like talking and discussing their plan for tomorrow and where they're going to go and how they're going to do it. And at some point, the older woman that spoke French and a little bit of English was like yelling at her, what we presume daughter, across her diagonally, being like, no, I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do. We're not going to do that. And her daughter's like, well, hold on. You didn't let me finish talking. You never let me finish talking. And it became a whole thing. And then meanwhile, the woman who we think was sisters with the French-speaking woman was like, I don't feel well. I'm going to go to the bathroom. So the guy is just sitting there. He doesn't speak French because after this whole conversation, he goes, I don't understand what you guys are talking about. I don't speak French. This whole conversation is happening between this woman and her in French. And we're like, do they know these people? Are they related? So we think that they're the two older women are sisters, but we're not sure. Because after she left to go get cigarettes or something with her younger daughter, again, her daughter's about our age, so younger, the older guy and his wife started talking shit. They're like, she always thinks she can just come in here and do whatever she wants. That's not how it works. It doesn't work that way. And we were like, oh my God. But we had to leave because Carrie was about to throw up. We had to hobble home. Our freaking legs are exhausted. We're tired. We still got to pack. It was the craziest thing at that restaurant. I've never had an experience like that before. And we're like a foot and a half away from them because of the way that the tables were set up. In all the footage you see there, I'm like this. They're facing behind the camera. So I didn't want to point the camera at all in their direction because I didn't want to draw the ire of any of this. I was like, they are all on edge. I'm not going to do anything that's going to set them over, right? Anyway, That was definitely not under a minute. It was probably closer to 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, but that was dinner. That was dinner. Food, overall rating, I would give... The chowder was phenomenal. The halibut chowder was great. Other than that, it seemed like a pretty normal dinner. The venue was pretty good. I'd give it like an 8.6, 8.7. It was pretty all right. Carrie would probably be lower. Carrie would probably be closer to like a 7.6. Oh, but the sourdough bread was really, really good, and she really needed that. So I might bump it up to like an 8, an 8.0, or an 8.1. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow morning. I'm going to bed for the night. What's up, everyone? Beginning of day 6, and we've already gotten some coffee. We got a good start to the day. We had to get everything packed into the car, so it's all in the trunk. Said goodbye to our little Airbnb. We'll be back in Seward before we head to Anchorage because we need to use one of the bathrooms available to change and whatnot after kayaking. The good news is that the weather has cleared up a little bit, so the rain that was projected has now been pushed to like 1 p.m., 2 p.m., which is about when we get back. So we'll take it. Getting geared up. We're in the van, ready to roll. We've forgotten our tour guide's name, which is unfortunate, but he said I have a voice for radio. So I'm thinking maybe I should pick up a podcast or a radio or something. Also, it's just the 3 of us, including the tour guide, doing this tour for like 6 hours. So he said that's kind of chill though, because then he's like, we can do whatever you want. If you want to go real slow, we can go real slow. If you want to book it there and hang out, if you want to go see something. So really whatever we're feeling, whatever we're feeling. On the beach, Carrie's all the way over there, putting a jacket on, getting out of the dry bag. She asked me to wait, but I was looking for critters, for little things to collect and keep. So weather's holding out, which is solid. And they were talking about how you kind of want a semi-cloudy day like this at the start of the day, because if it's really sunny, there's big temperature differences, and it usually means that the bay is pulling in different types of air, colder air on the bottom, brings in systems with it, that sort of thing. So it's actually better that we got this kind of going on, which is nice. I mean, I don't mind some low-lying clouds. What's up, everyone? We're on the boats. Nice.
Just to pass through.
Yeah, I had enough friends from Chicago who had moved there that it was like
Yeah.
ate at me
Yeah.
as if you're trying to run me over.
Cool.
And yeah, there's not waves, so it's not a concern.
Yeah, we don't gotta fight too much.
Just say try to avoid landing at an angle.
Yeah.
That's good.
There's a little bird in the water there. Right ahead. See his little head?
Oh, that's a cormorant.
Yeah, I love me some cormorants.
Slimy goop.
Yeah.
So I think of them as like pickled gushers, because they're just sort of like a. They're like a gut. They gush.
Yeah.
When you crunch them, but they are salty like a pickle.
I love pickles. That's cool.
Yeah. And you can eat them. I usually only eat the ones that I find floating. Let's see what else we can discover. Don't be afraid to dance on the rock.
Oh yeah.
If you start to slip, just groove it out.
You gotta do what you gotta do. The moon, I presume?
Yes.
Yeah. That's cool.
It's super green.
That's crazy.
Like that's how you would get them. Kind of like a tick.
Yeah. No, just had lunch. Heading back now from Bridal Veil Falls. You ready, Carrie?
For what?
For back.
Yeah.
We saw some type of porpoise, maybe a bay, a harbor porpoise or not on the way out, but we couldn't get too close. They went away. And we saw some otters in the beginning, but they were a little far away. So we'll see what we see on the way back. You know? Beautiful. We're just so fast. We're ahead on time. We gotta go right there. But we got 45 minutes, so we're chilling. This is the fan that we were at yesterday, the part where the tide basin, where the water comes in. So we see a couple people on the shore hanging out, doing some cool stuff. He was crunching on a crab.
I got that on video.
Recording. Fishing with his drone. I don't know if you can see it flying out there. So he's got like a fish on a hook or bait on a hook under the drone, and he's gonna drop it into the water. Update, wasn't fishing with the drone, was using the drone to take the hook out far. So rather than have to cast it, he just took the drone, clipped a part of it to it, and then dropped it in the Resurrection Bay far out. And now he can reel it in.
That is pretty cool.
What's up, everybody? Alaskan Wildlife Conservation Center. Done kayaking. We're in the car now, getting ready to head back towards Anchorage. We're definitely doing the Wildlife Conservation Center for sure. But we are also, our kayaking guide, Blaine, shout out Blaine, awesome guy, had a great conversation with him whole way out and whole way back. He recommended that we go to Hope, Alaska, because it is just absolutely beautiful there. And we're hoping that the weather's a little bit better there. Seward tends to be, you know, very, right? But we're hoping that it's a little bit, it's a little better in Hope. So we might add on Hope, but we're definitely doing the Alaskan Wildlife Conservation Center, which is basically like a super ethical zoo. Excited to see a lot of animals, gonna take some good photos, all that jazz, but we're gonna check the weather for all of this, figure out the best course of action. But the kayaking was great. Lunch was great. The rain held out. The weather was nice. It wasn't too choppy on the water. On the way out, the water was like completely flat. It was so still. It was amazing. On the way back, we had a few more waves that we had to kind of push through, but it wasn't even that bad. There was no getting wet at all. It was very chill, very easy. It was fun. It was great. Yeah. Bridal Veil Falls is gorgeous, phenomenal. I love the multi-tier falls like that so much. I'm putting you down here because there's Google just told me that there's a cop somewhere. And I don't think they take too kindly to people holding out video recording devices whilst driving. Anywho, I would give that kayaking. Now, we did kayaking a little bit ago in Maine, and we really liked it in Maine. I still think the one in Maine was a little bit better than this one. Just because the views were a little obstructed for this one with the fog. It was still super pretty on the water. We still got to see sea otters. We could hear one biting into a crab. It was really cool. And we got to see a sea lion on the way back in the car. And we got to see seals as well, some harbor seals and some harbor porpoise, but they were a little far away. So great kayaking trip. Always good to get in a kayak, get out on the water. Good time. I'd give that kayaking trip, out of like all the things that we've done so far, I'd give that kayaking trip like a solid 7.6. What are your thoughts?
I agree with that.
Yeah. 7.6 exactly. A little more, a little less.
7.6.
7.6. And honestly, that's not on the company that we did it with. I'm not going to say the company, but it's not on the company we did it with. It wasn't on our tour guide. They were great. It's just the weather wasn't perfect, you know. On our way to the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center and maybe Hope Alaska. We'll see. There's hatchery back there. I missed it. Is a hatchery. I've never seen a speed limit 7 before. Oh my God, I'm going 8. Oh my God. We are at the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center. And there's a little black bear over here playing. So we're gonna walk around, look at a bunch of animals. I'm gonna take a bunch of photos. I'll probably put some of them in the video. But hi, bud.
Oh, here. What? Maybe smell for the food.
Hey, where's Miles?
That's the big one, right? That's the one that was on the
Yeah.
JB. Stands for just bear.
Red grapes sometimes. Are you just tail shatters? So, how would you preference just kind of what we have? But they love all kinds of grapes.
Oh, those are berries, I think.
Yeah, grapes and berries.
Ooh. Nice.
They're feeding the bears. Those are people that paid money to throw some food into the bears. Pretty cool. Berries, fruits, probably not any meats, but a lot of berries, grapes. We are about to roll up on some reindeer. This is what Santa uses to pull a sled.
Hey, buddy. My goodness.
The piece de resistance. Some moose.
Sorry, I didn't know that was a gate. You're telling me that this had the droppings on the trail? This huge megafauna? You hear thunder? I heard thunder.
Is that what that was, you think?
Yeah. Little one, you can't be here. You can't be by the road. No, no, no. Little one, you mustn't be here. Hey everyone, just finished the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center. Super cool. All the animals here, awesome. You know, obviously Alaskan natives. Some that were driven to extinction in Alaska that have since been rehabilitated, and populations in the wild have been rejuvenated and revitalized because of this center. Specifically the wood bison is one that they have. The program started here, it continues here. The numbers in the wild are back up to like 2,300 or something like that. Very impressive. Center, it's like a zoo, but way more ethical, in my opinion. Lots of land for most of the animals, which is really good. Weather held out pretty solidly. It was like a spittering, spattering of rain, but it worked out. It was a lot of fun. This experience overall, I think I would give like a 8.2. I got a lot of good photos. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it as well. I like how the animals have more space, but you really could still see each one because there was a walkway that went around like the entire enclosure. So very cool.
It was very cool. My favorite part was the eagle that showed up out of nowhere, the bald eagle, and they like to steal food as their like main primary source of food, right? That's like their thing, they steal. And the bears here, when they get fed, I think the eagles like to steal some of the stuff, some of the scraps, some of the leftovers, because a lot of the other birds do, the ravens included. But the eagles are kind of, you know, when they show up, they're the big dogs, right? It's so funny to watch all the other birds freak out and like try to bully the eagle away, or maybe it's just annoy the eagle away, really. So I got some really good photos of an eagle like in like the middle of a fork in a tree. It was really cool. But yeah, head into Hope now. Hopefully the weather still holds out, or at least clears up a little bit once we get over there. I don't know, but heading there now for some dinner. We are hungry. We are in downtown historic Hope. There's a really cool cafe here that's a historic building that we were hoping to eat at, and it is closed. I'm not quite sure why. I'm sure the sign says, but we're gonna get some crazy pictures here, because in a second I'll show you this. This is just breathtaking views right here on Cook Inlet, essentially from the other side of where the Route 1 comes from Anchorage down around Cook Inlet. Yeah, it's just unbelievable here. And the water flowing here is flowing quickly from the mountaintop. But look at this, look at this. You ready? Just stunning. Stunning. Did a quick jaunt through Hope. Unfortunately, since it's like 6:40 p.m. on a Wednesday, at the beginning of like tourist season and stuff, and even then not many tourists feel like they come to Hope. A lot of people who camp and stuff might come here, but everything's kind of closed, so we were able to see the outside of it, but there was nothing to really go into, no real gift shops or anything like that. So beautiful little town, a lot of history there, a gorgeous place to set up camp and hang out, but that's kind of it. So we're gonna see if we can get food elsewhere. There's a service dog at this restaurant called Dirty Skillet, and I've been chosen. There he goes on his way. We got an order of rice balls. They got reindeer in it. You good noodle. Plot twist, I'm on this side of the car now. I completely forgot to record all the other food at dinner. One of these days I'll be a good food blogger, but it's not today. We had loaded fries, which was phenomenal. Probably the best I've ever had. The most consistent, good bite of fries like that I've ever had. Every other time it's like a mound of fries with a bunch of shit on top, and it's like you're not gonna get a good mix of things. You're gonna go through the top fast, and then that's it. This one was pretty consistent and really good, and it was on the smaller size, which was perfect. That was good. And then you also got a side of chicken, of grilled chicken, and I got a fried chicken sandwich with some tzatziki on top, and it was very good. We did not get any dessert because our tummies are full to the brim. But we are now heading towards Anchorage. We have an hour-and-a-half drive. Gonna be a beautiful scenic drive, but an hour-and-a-half drive nonetheless. Wait, slow down. Did we already pass the Hope?
I don't
Right
know.
here, right here.
Well, there's nowhere to park.
Just pull over on the side.
You really want me to pull over on the side?
Yeah, and put the hazards on. And I'll just get out and record it real quick. Okay, here we go. Here we go, gang. Here we go. It's part of the vlog. It's happening. Just gotta do it before anybody else gets here. Sick. Mission accomplished. They'll never know. Okay. Oh, God. Anyway, had to hit that. And to Anchorage now. That place was delicious. I'm gonna give that. And it was way cheaper than Seward, because Seward, tourist town, so they up the price on things. I'm gonna give that like a 9.4. That hit the spot for me. I really liked the chicken tzatziki. It was fresh. It was new. How about you, though? You didn't really get an entree.
I like the rice balls and...
Yeah, the rice balls were good. The reindeer rice balls.
Yeah.
So what's your number?
Solid 9.
A solid 9. Not liquid, not gas. Solid 9. We're driving back on the scenic highway, and I look to my right and I see this that we're about to be at. And I go, Carrie, stop the car! And we pull off into one of the little scenic overlook areas right after this big old bridge that we crossed. And this is what I saw. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's just a road. It's not just a road. It is a road above a river feeding Cook Inlet. i.e., it's a bridge. A bridge with a view and without cars going 65 miles per hour on it. Pretty cool bridge, doing pretty cool things for pretty cool people.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at it. Awesome. I'm gonna take some pictures. Trail was pretty sick. Bridge was pretty cool. We are now officially heading to Anchorage. No more stops. I told the guy we'd be there at 10 and our ETA is 9:55. Now he did say 10-ish is fine, a little before, a little after. I told him I'd message him when we were like 30 minutes away. So I'll do that. But probably not gonna stop again. That was just saw a cool thing. Figured we'd stop, check it out, see what's up. We've done it, old chaps. We've caught up with the train. Those bastards thought they could get away from us. Well, they've got another thing coming. Nothing beats the automobile. Except sometimes trains and planes and boats. But, look at it, we're catching up. Catching up to the train. Boop, boop.
It's a boardwalk this
Boop, boop. Boop. Honestly, I'm kind of really jealous that we didn't take the Alaska Railroad. I hear it's one of the most beautiful railroads in the country. Oh, and we got a little honk. That's lit as fuck. Not only is it a scenic railroad now, at one point in the past, many points actually, it was critical for the development, welcome to Anchorage, for the development of this entire state. Every major city at one point completely relied or severely relied on the connection to the railroad. Hello everyone. Carrie just went to the bathroom. We have made it to our Airbnb in Anchorage, but we are tired. So we are gonna get in bed and go to sleep. Tomorrow is museum day, and then a little bit of free time in Anchorage in the evening. So we'll see what we wanna do, but going to bed. See you tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. Beginning of day 7, technically, even though it hasn't been a full week, because Friday was day 1. We're in Anchorage. We got in last night, checked in Airbnb, no problem. The Airbnb is nice. It's got like a little kitchenette area, a little couch in there. I'll show you later. But this morning, we're gonna go to Snow Cafe, assuming that there is space available. And then we are off to the Native Heritage Museum. And then after that, we are going to the Anchorage Museum. So, hopefully I remember to take a video of our cafe food. Might not. The wait time for the cafe is like an hour. So we signed up for it. We'll get it out of the way, we'll do that one. Eat some food. But in the meantime, there's some parks and stuff nearby that we're gonna walk to and see what's up. Walk right down to the water, because we're trying to go to Snow City Cafe and it's right near the edge, so venturing on down this big old hill that we'll have to climb back up, I guess, on the way up, but oh well. That one right there is the Sleeping Lady. And one of the ones over here is an active volcano. Or not active, but a volcano. Good Lord.
Sorry.
We're sitting here in the park, chilling on this bench, waiting for our spot in line to come up. It is a freaking beautiful day. At home, it's 91 degrees. Here, it is 54, going up to a high of 62. Super big chillin', hanging out. It's gorgeous here. It's absolutely gorgeous. The cameras just don't do it justice. It's a shame that they don't see the exact thing that a human eye sees. Granted, they can probably see better, but we are 8th in line. It'll probably be another anywhere from, depending how many people leave, 5 to 20 minutes. So we'll see you at the Snow City Cafe.
Back in the car, living life, heading to the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Just had brekkie at the Snow City Cafe, and it was pretty good. I got the polar bear breakfast, I think was just the name of it. Got some reindeer sausage, some scrambled eggs, and some stuffed French toast. Mine was like with a blueberry sort of jam, a little bit of a compote, and then I am guessing that it was like a blueberry cream cheese that was stuffed inside the French toast. It was really good. Mine was really good. Carrie got the OMG stuffed toast.
Yep.
French toast, which was more of a like savory French toast. It was still pretty good. Still pretty good. And then we both got a beveragino, but I would give that I'd give that like an 8.4 out of 10. It was great. It was good. I'm not much of a breakfast guy for me, so.
I'd give it a solid 8.
Solid 8, no decimals. We hate decimals here. On our way to the Heritage Museum. Probably won't film a ton there, depending on what's going on. I know that they do have a few demonstrations. Those I might try to film a little bit of, but oh, here's City Hall. Yeah, not too many tall buildings here in Anchorage, which is kind of nice because you can, you know, see more. But it also, it's definitely a city, but it doesn't really give city vibes. At least not so far.
It's crazy.
Depending on if we caught a whale or not, we needed to let the community know that we did or we didn't. So the crew would send their fastest runner and highest speaker, in this case Lincoln, to a designated spot. The community could see that. They would run to that spot, jump up in the air, throw 1 or 2 feet in the air, letting those safety feet pick with. It meant 2 different signals, simply because it changes from region to region. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, no, like Alex was saying, I had to raise it just a little bit higher than 4 inches at a time because we're running low on time. So, so in the next like 3 or 2 minutes, we're accepting questions, but after that, we gotta hop off stage.
Welcome to the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Here are the Alaska Native Heritage Center drummers and dancers, and for about 45 minutes, we're going to demonstrate traditional songs that come from the southwest region of Alaska. There in the yellow, home to the Yupik, Jupik, as well as Jupil. And so these songs are sung in the Yupik language, and whenever the singers are singing, they're telling you a story. And whenever the dancers are dancing, dance motions that you see them doing, it's really the same story, but put into dance motions. So you can kind of think of their dance motions whenever the singers are singing as translating the song, kind of like sign language with dance motions, or painting the song.
as well as the Hadas people. And traditionally, when you're entering inside of someone else's house, you want to enter in backwards, just to show respect to everyone inside. We do have a clan system, and we also wear what is called a button robe blanket. And on the back of our button robe blankets, we have a family crest design, or a clan design, or our Hadas totem pole. And this one represents respect for family, and it was carved by TJ and Joey Young, who are both Haida brothers. And they're also the same artists of the totem pole that you guys saw in the healing garden. But in our Haida culture, we are a matrilineal society, which means that, for example, me, I'm a part of the Eagle clan. So if I were to marry someone, I would have to marry someone that's a part of the Raven clan. Or if me and my husband were to have children, my children would automatically follow my clan. So we came up with that system just so we can build a stronger connection between each clan. And also, you don't want to accidentally marry someone that you're related to. You can see that we have Eagle and Raven with connecting tongues, which represents good communication, as well as a good connection between each of the different clans. And on the side of Eagle's wings, we have two figures which represent the two artists of this house post, TJ and Joe. And if you look closely in Eagle's ears, we have two hummingbirds which represent children. On the drum, we have Lochibu, or wolf, which represents respect for the land. And on the very bottom, we have Gishbubada, or killer whale, which represents respect for the sea. And this right here is our Iyak, or our Dachakni protocol. This one was carved by Israel Shotridge, and it represents respect for culture. So here we have Lachik, or eagle, who is holding a copper shield, which signifies strength. And if you look closely, you can see that eagle has a third eye, which represents awareness. Below eagle, we have bear, who is trying to keep the bedwood box closed. And lastly, right over here, we have our Linget, or our Linget totem pole. And this one was also carved by Israel Shotridge, and it represents respect for self. So at the very top, we have a female, and you can actually tell because traditionally women would get chin piercings once they've reached the age of maturity. And you can also see that she's wearing a pair of copper or Tanal earrings. And so traditionally, the earrings were just a sign of wealth, or it could show your status. And oftentimes they would even use it to scare off any negative energy. So if someone were to be putting negative energy on you, it would bounce off of the earrings and it would go back to that person. And yeah, and below the female, we have Gunhutta, or Raven, who is wearing a chilkat robe, which is typically worn by the chief in your clan. And that right there is actually a representation of the chilkat robe. But in the Tlingit culture, you would typically see everyone in your community wearing the chilkat robe.
That's not the goat fur.
And on the necklace, we have Frog, which represents a connection between our world and the spirit world. And below Raven, we also have Eagle, who is watching over the bedwood box. And if you look closely at the design, you can see a depiction of Bear, who is also another spiritual being that's depicted in this totem pole. And so what's basically being communicated through this house post is that our ancestors and our spirit world is basically the foundation of who we are, and it's the foundation of our self, or our identity. And so the bedwood box traditionally was used by your chief, and they would just use it to hold really important items. Either it could be important to them, or it could be important to their community. And so that's why you have Bear watching over it, just because there's really important items inside. There's a story that's told where a chief in a community stole the sun, the moon, and the stars, and he kept them in 3 bedwood boxes. And Eagle, he's kind of like a trickster. He likes to cause a lot of trouble, and he also has the ability to shapeshift as well. So Eagle was not happy with this, and he wanted there to be light in the world. So he decided to transform into a seed, and the chief's daughter was drinking water from a nearby river or lake, and she ended up eating that seed, and she had her first child. And then as Gunhutta was pretending to be the son of the son of the daughter, the chief's daughter, he, once he got of age, he transformed back into a raven, and he stole all 3 of the boxes, and in some cultures, it's usually him stealing it one at a time, but he also stole them all at once, and a long time ago, ravens were often depicted as white, but as Raven took the sun, the moon, and the stars, he went up through the chimney and he became black. And that's when he released the sun, the moon, and the stars. And now today we always have light everywhere in the world. And for my group, just remember this house is a lot smaller, so I just do ask that you try to make as much room as possible. And and are there any questions? But yeah, so we would basically use this to melt the permafrost, and then we would dig it out using the shoulder blade of a whale.
I thought there was 2.
Like, it's just a bunch of, we've been living on this land much longer than anyone else has, but we, as once the United States purchased Alaska, they basically allowed Catholic churches or Russian Orthodox churches to come here, and they basically divided Alaska amongst themselves. And what they did was for each area that was divided amongst them, they were taking young girls and boys, they were taking children from each of their families and their villages, and they forced them into these internment camps. They call them boarding schools, but I feel like that really makes it much more innocent. But it's called internment camps. It's a really sensitive topic to talk about, but it's something that needs to be really known because it did take place here in Alaska, and it was something that still impacts us today. Elders are still alive from what happened.
Hello. Back in the car, heading back towards Anchorage. We just did the Alaska Native Heritage Center, and goddamn, that was incredibly insightful. I learned a ton. I am not even gonna try to pronounce any of the names of any of the different tribes that we had seen. But, well, I guess indigenous peoples is the best way to say it. The different groups that they have, but each of them has like a symbol and like a color theme, essentially. A ton of information about them and different aspects about the cultures. We did the tour, the guided tour, and we learned so much about how they lived, why they did what they did, why their structures were built the way that they were. An incredibly vast amount of information is here, and I 100% recommend. I'm gonna give this a like 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
For the sheer amount of knowledge, the ingenuity and the genius behind a lot of the indigenous people's thinking and methodologies and processes. And they have a wonderful section, and by wonderful I mean insightful and knowledgeful, but it's actually very sad to hear. But I think it's incredibly important that as a society and as a nation we acknowledge our wrongdoings, and I think we should have monuments to our wrongdoings, not for praise and gratitude, but for knowledge, reverence, and remembering. And I think a lot of what they had in there was phenomenal regarding that, and talking about the wrongdoings to a lot of the native peoples in Alaska and how that happened, the timeline of it, a lot of art installations pertaining to it, that sort of thing. So
this is a must do if you are in the Anchorage area. Highly recommend. Your thoughts?
I like how all the people working there were native, and they had a lot of booths led by the native peoples.
Yeah, that's a great point. They had a ton of like individual little tables, shops set up of native people selling their art, their creations, that sort of thing. And we got a few things. You want to grab them real quick? We got Carrie got a pair of salmon skin earrings. Am I saying that right? Is that what it is? This is what they look like. Give them a little shimmer. So they have like gold laced in. It's so pretty. And we found an artist who did like some tile art, and we got like this little like moose tile. Very cool, very awesome. That place is great. Highly recommend. We are now heading to the Anchorage Museum. Maybe get lunch along the way, maybe get lunch at the museum. We'll see. I got a coffee because I'm crashing. I'm very tired. But we're doing it. We're doing the museum. We're hungry. We're finishing up the museum. And then we're gonna get pizza. Go stand next to the door. Quick. Stand next to it so we can get size. This elevator is huge. There's a full TV in here. Finished the museum. Again, pretty cool. They had a lot of art in there. A lot of art, specific exhibits, artifacts, stuff like that. Pretty cool, recommend. I liked the Alaska Heritage Center more.
Yeah.
But this one was still really good. So I'd give this one like a 8.7 out of 10. Like, I'm thinking about it, and I liked the one in Iceland more, museum-wise. But like, this still had some good stuff.
I'm going with a 9.
Yeah, that's fair. We're gonna head to Moose Tooth Pizza and Brewery. Hello, everyone. We are back. We are showered, going to bed. I completely forgot to record the pizza, so here's our leftover pizza. It was really good. It was yummy, delicious. We got in less than 30 minutes, which was crazy. It was only like a 7-minute wait, even though it was supposed to be 30. Let me do a tour real quick. That's the door to get in. Little living room, closet with extra supplies, little oven, stovetop, microwave. Coming in, Carrie. We got bathroom. And then we got here, Carrie's in bed. And then that's a door to go to the upstairs because we are in the basement, but it locks from this side, so we're good to go. But we're gonna hit the hay a little early tonight. Good morning, Crusty Crew. Day 8. We are going to a little known store that's like a local thing or something. It's called Walmart. We're going there to swing by, grab some snacks, some other breakfasty sort of items that we can use for the rest of the trip, and then we're gonna go to a bakery. And instead of doing the Crow Pass hike today, I think we're gonna do our chill day today as a little bit of a recoup find some things around Alaska, or specifically Anchorage, that we want to do, that sort of thing. I have once again forgotten to film the food that I got. But I got a Alaska berry scone, a chocolate chip cookie, and a chocolate croissant en pomme. They were all really good. The cookie was phenomenal. Soft inside, firm, semi-crunchy-ish outside. It was amazing. The scone was phenomenal. Salty, sweet. The berries were awesome. It was really good. Carrie didn't get anything because her tummy's a little meh. Oh, she's got Gatorade. And then I got a latte. Hello, everyone. We have bikes. I keep bringing lattes into situations that honestly I shouldn't have lattes in. So I'm gonna have to try to drink this relatively quickly. But it's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful trail, right on the water. We're gonna keep going. You'll see an update if I crash or not, so. Latte has been crushed. Now I get to drive with one hand for the GoPro. That tunnel that we just went under goes under the train tracks that the Alaska Railroad takes. So we're hoping that this trail kind of follows that and that we can see the train go by, because that'd be cool. Or like ride next to it for a little bit. That'd be awesome.
Where is it?
You're gonna see a black dot. There's literally, that's why it's so loud. There's a base nearby and there's a base nearby and there's fighter jets. He's probably in the clouds now. Holy crap. Earthquake Park. Continuing on the trail. I didn't film it because I couldn't get it in time, but there was just a big hill that we went up and Carrie walked her bike up the hill. Unbelievable. We've made it over to the Ted Stevenson International Airport. All of this is runway. There might be a plane taking off here in a second. There's some other people here to watch.
Wow.
It's not going to show up on camera, but just beyond this horizon here, we can see Denali. It's like the palest of palest, but it's just clear enough that we can see past. There might be 2 more jets taking off there, but Anchorage. It says 127 cyclists today, 30,753 this month. Last month was 24,547. Total, they're at probably about 60,000 out of their estimated 325,000. That's crazy for the whole year. Hey everyone, just finished the trail. I think it was like 8 miles round trip, something like that. We're not biking up this hill, so we're walking them up. Bike shop's at the top of the corner of this hill. So, gonna get back, settle in, probably go to the botanical gardens Does that sound good, Carrie?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a blue poppy. We are in the gardens currently, taking the wildflower trail. Gonna take some pictures, see some animals. There's a spider on me. I've killed it, don't worry. All that jazz and hang out. So they're having like a mud day here for the kids. It's really cute. They like go over there, get to play in water, get to play in mud. It's awesome. Finished up the gardens. Super pretty, a lot of stuff in bloom. Mud Day is a big deal around here apparently, because there are a lot of kids who were very excited about it being Mud Day. Going in, playing in the water, playing in the mud, all that jazz. So good for them, I'm happy for them. We will not be participating in Mud Day, at least not in this form. Perhaps in a hike of some kind and we end up getting mud on us that way, but Botanical Gardens, highly recommend. I'd give that like an 8.9. The only thing I didn't see that I was keeping an eye out for is the forget-me-not. They have the alpine one, but I didn't see the regular one. And it's possible it just wasn't in bloom yet, because it says that it blooms late June to late July, but I don't know. So anyway, yeah, you go that way. We are gonna go get lunch somewhere, maybe just eat leftover pizza, we'll see. So we actually have no reason to go to it on this trip, even though I was trying to make it work, but we ended up doing the rental car. But this is the Alaska Railroad. Choo choo. A lot of history. I'm sure there's a little museum aspect to it as well, but we're not going in. We're just swinging by to
There's a security guard right there.
to see what's up, see what's happening. But we are now gonna head to a local fish hatchery to do a little public walkthrough and see what's up. Check out how they hatch a lot of the sport fish that they do for salmon and other varieties, and take a gander at all that. We are at the fish hatchery now. Pretty cool, gonna take a look. Got a bunch of signs, bunch of information, and of course, a bunch of fish. Or at least allegedly they do, I haven't seen it yet. Look at them all. There's also like a few ducks sitting there. It might be Mama and her little ducklings. Well, that was cool. Never been to a fish hatchery before, but they had like tanks with like 30,000 fish in each of them. That was crazy. But like, I came to the realization that you don't really know if you're catching a wild fish or if you're catching a fish that was raised here. Like, there's no real way to know. Oh, this part's really cool. So salmon, right, they can basically smell with like one drop of water where their like birth stream is, right? They know where to go, which is just insane. That's like a crazy thing to comprehend, is that they can find their way from the ocean here by scent, which is just crazy. But they have been doing this long enough, and I guess technically after the first catching of salmon and, you know, stealing some eggs and some milt, I believe they call it, they are able to basically make their own crop of fish that literally they can release, let out, you know, they'll be in the ocean for however many years, for however long, and the salmon will come back to the exact stream water that they let out of their tanks into one of the local streams nearby. Like, they don't let a ton of the water out, but the salmon can smell exactly where to go. So they have basically their own I don't want to say brand, but like string of salmon that will always come back to them no matter what. So it's an endless cycle of easily being able to recollect eggs and milt to keep the process going, which is really cool. We are at the Potter Marsh Bird Sanctuary. Gonna try and take some photos, go out. They have a little boardwalk, walk on it, see some birds, see how they're sanctuarying. There is a wild moose. Pretty sick boardwalk experience seeing that moose, wild moose, and it was a dude bro moose, so he had some antlers on, which was pretty sick, awesome. We are back in Anchorage, going to get dinner at 49th State Brewery. It's got like 10.7 thousand reviews. It's got like 4.7 stars, so we're gonna give it a go. Might be seated inside, might be seated outside, so we gotta get the jackets from the car. And parking is only required for payment until 6, and it's currently 5:30, so we only had to pay like $1.50 or something for parking. I think it's the Alaska 8-star, Golden Doll, Nitro McCarthy Stout, and Seward's Folly. I remembered after I ate my half. I got tots and an elk burger. That's the other half of it. That's the other half. It's really good. That is a yak burger. I'm utterly blown away and surprised at the fact that Carrie is trying 2 new big things in one meal. I'm very impressed. What's up? Back at the Airbnb. 49th State Brewing was delicioso. It was very good. Drinks were great. I think my favorite is the stout, the McKinley Stout. But we are back now, gonna shower, hit the hay, because tomorrow we have Crow Pass and Eagle River Nature Center. Good morning, day 9. We're at the same bakery we were at yesterday because Carrie didn't get to get anything because her tummy hurt. But we're here now, and we're here to win, consume, and get back out there. Like we said, good morning, day 9. We are headed to Eagle River Nature Center. We have an 8-mile hike ahead of us today. 4 out, 4 back. I mean, I guess we could turn around at any point, but
We'll probably do that.
yeah. So, heading there now. Hey, howdy, hey. We are suited up at the Eagle River Nature Center, heading to the Crow Pass Trail. Gonna do 4 miles out, 4 miles back. It is chilly in this little valley here in between these 2 mountains. Part of it is that this part isn't in the sun yet, because the sun will be coming over that mountain there in a little bit. But the other part is that the air from Crow Pass that way, which is still snowy and cold, is coming down this valley that we're in. So we're still getting some cooler air than we would elsewhere. such as Anchorage. So here we go. 4 miles out, 4 miles back. Just look at that. Come on. Come on. You can't beat it. It's unbelievable. This is the designated beaver viewing area right near the Eagle River Nature Center. But I mean, this is, like, first of all, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. And second of all, look at this. What were you thinking, moose or bear?
I was thinking black bear.
What a beautiful day. You hear that? That's them rapids. Class 4?
Yep.
Class 4 rapids through here. See if you can see them. You can definitely hear them. A little shoot off from the trail. This place is called The Bend. Heard there's a black bear about a quarter mile off the trail, maybe 100 feet, 50 feet. So I'm gonna try and take a look. There's a bear right through the trees over here. A black bear, but right through the trees. We're coming through. Right in the trees. Yo, bear. Wow.
This is right there.
Okay.
Going back?
I don't know. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Give a big old huff.
That's definitely an irritated bear sound though.
Yeah, but it might be hunting. I'm gonna try to go around. That was cool. I barely got a photo of it. What the fuck was that? Why? Why did that just happen?
I don't know where it came from.
Yes, that is it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He's right between these trees. Straight ahead, just laying. Let me see if I can get some photos. I'm gonna put you down while I do this because I don't want to stop recording, but... Yo, bear. In the center, right there. Pretty close. So, we are taking a different way back. We're taking Dew Mountain Trail, which is a Chugach State Park trail. Different path back, you know, see some different things. Apparently it leads to a little lake as well. So we'll get to see that. And it'll be a little longer on the way back, so maybe like 5-ish miles or something around there. I don't know, that's like a really rough guess. The lake is just through these trees. You can't see it, so you're gonna have to trust us. You freak. These skaters are crazy here.
A bunch of mosquitoes. Okay, let's go look at it.
Yeah, if we weren't gonna get eaten alive, we'd attempt to kind of meander our way through the shrubs to get there. You no longer have to just believe us.
Hey, Bren.
Yeah.
Does this make up for not getting to the Lost Lake?
No. Frog, tiny little frog. Go on, bud. Get out. Get out of the trail. Keep going. There you go. We are right up against this mountain now. You can see a bunch of fallen rocks through the trees here. But man, going up. We made it back. 12:37. We started at about 8. 4.5 hours to go 8.5 miles. Not bad. A phenomenal trail here at Eagle River Nature Center. So cool. So cool. We saw our first wild bear. Pretty awesome. I think it's that one. This road ends with the Eagle River Nature Center. So everyone that takes this road is probably living off of this road or coming to the Eagle River Nature Center. Awesome time. I'm gonna give that one, since we saw wildlife on it, we saw a bear, being down by the river, kind of by the rapids and everything, was super cool. And there's like 8 different biomes that you walk through on this trail. Or especially since we took the Mountain Dew, which I'm now realizing is literally Mountain Dew, like the soda. Since we took that path back, we got to see even more. We got to see a bunch of other biomes as well. That was a really good hike. This has got to be high up there because of the black bear spotting, and we got close enough that we could like actually get a good view of it, that sort of thing. I'm gonna give this like a 9.6. I think the only way that it could have been better is if we actually made it all the way to the perch, or if we saw 2 black bears. So, what are your thoughts, Carrie?
I'll give it a 9.5.
Yeah.
I feel like you get to see a lot without any crazy hiking.
Yeah, it also wasn't unbelievably strenuous to do the part that we did. We did 8.5 miles for what, 1,000 feet total, somewhere around there. Maybe even a little less. I don't know. But pretty fun hike. That was a good one. This Walmart is themed to be wild. Look at this. Looks like a cabin. We feel shame. We ate at this place called Garcia's Cantina in I think still Eagle River or somewhere about there. And the food was amazing, it was phenomenal, but our little tummies, they were so small and the plates were so big with all the food, we couldn't fit it all. And we can't take it with us because we're going north a little bit more to do some more hikes. But alas, our tummies are full, our brains are sleepy, but we're going to push on and do another hike.
I can see him right there.
They might be skydiving, or they're just using the plane to get up there to jump out to then paraglide down. That's sick. Did he just open his chute?
Can't tell.
It really goes down.
Go straight down. Managed to beat any rain that was gonna come through. Thunderbird Falls. Okay, the falls itself looks like a waterfall. It's very pretty. Oh my God. These white fuzzies are everywhere, including in the car now. There's no avoiding them. I'd give that one like a 7.6 out of 10. It was great. It was a fun trail. It's just really popular, so it's very crowded. The falls itself were cool, but like we were kind of really far away from them to get like a good viewing point that you know, the closer I am to the waterfall, the more happy I am, because you can like feel the power of it. You can feel the mist coming off. This one, it was like we were so far away, you couldn't really get any of that. So 7.6 for me.
7.
She hates decimals. She really does. Reasoning?
I think partially from not getting as close to the waterfall,
Yeah.
but the trail is well maintained.
To join the Black Parade. Back in Anchorage, gonna walk around a little bit to some art stores, stuff like that. Might swing over to the market. Probably not gonna record it because we're just gonna be out and about. But if we come back with something cool, I'll show it on camera. Hello everyone. It is currently like 7. We are finishing up packing. We have a mound of laundry that Carrie's tackling right now to put back into our checked bag. And we're gonna kind of get everything ready to go and make it so that we have to touch the least amount of clothes and other packed things so that we can just fully enjoy our time in Denali National Park. And as soon as we're done there, don't even worry about it. Just kind of throw together the last things that we've recently touched and head to the airport. We got a little bit of time before our dinner resi. So we went and got gas, back up to a full tank. And we're back at the park that we drove by on our bike the other day, the Margaret Egan Sullivan Park. And this lady here has an awesome camera, but this Mama Goose has some little babbies. See if we can get a little bit closer, not too close, but just a little bit. This island over here is just filled with like seagulls and other water bird, and it is non-stop loud. They're all just yelling at each other all the time, and I don't even know what about, but they're yelling at each other. And so I can only imagine living in like the homes around here and hearing that non-stop. Carrie got a house-made cream soda. And I got a raspberry wheat. Carrie got the pepper steak. I got the herb crusted halibut. Peanut butter pie. Made it back for the night. Going to bed. Gotta get up in 7 hours, assuming we fall asleep right now this instant. So going to bed. Last night in Anchorage. It's been real, it's been fun. But I will see you guys in the morning. Good morning, everyone. Day 9? 10? Day 10? Day 10. Going to get the car. I know it's bright out, but it's actually 5:15 in the morning. Gotta go get the car, bring it towards the house so that we may load it up with all of our stuff and continue on northern to explore the great outdoors. So that guy's parked way too close to the stop sign. Like literally, like he stopped at the stop sign. It's gonna be a long morning. We got a 2-hour drive to Talkeetna. We've got a flight over Denali, or rather, not over, but a south side flight of Denali. Hopefully the weather can hold out long enough, but we're gonna see the tallest mountain in North America. And then after that, Carrie, you will have experienced now, so I can say it. We have a little reindeer feed meet and greet where we get to hang out and feed and pet some reindeer and stuff like that. I know I'm not buckled. I'm going 10 feet. I'm going 10 feet. Gonna get this show on the road. Make it happen. Good morning. On the road, heading to Talkeetna. Goodbye, Anchorage. You've been real. You've been fun. Did a lot of fun stuff here. Learned a lot of things. but it's time to move on. Oh my God, 99 miles. Taking the road straight up there, so here we go. Rev up those fryers. We have arrived in Talkeetna. We are at the Talkeetna air taxi, where we are gonna have to, I'm sure, sign waivers and all this sort of stuff. But we're here plenty time early. Flight leaves in about an hour. You have to try to not look terrified.
Okay, I am.
This is the guard cat. Yeah, you're cute. You're cutie patootie. You're cutie.
Look, we got it right here at every seat.
We just did the Talkeetna Air Taxi Southside Tour. Freaking awesome. Unbelievable. We were flying at like 11,000 feet or something, I think was our highest at one point, which means that Denali was still 10,000 plus feet taller than us when we were flying by it, which is just crazy. I highly recommend if you can do it. It's a little pricey, it's definitely a chunk, but super duper worth it if you have the time and can make the stop in Talkeetna. I mean, tallest mountain in North America, and we got to see it in a way that not many do. Not many do. Maybe next time we'll climb to the top. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe, that might need a little more stair-stepper training. What are your thoughts, Carrie?
Not happening.
What's not happening?
Climbing Denali.
Oh, okay. But like, what are your thoughts on what we just did?
Oh, it was good.
Carrie did a very good job with the plane. Nobody got sick on the plane, which is huge. That's always a win. I was seated right by the door, like one of the emergency exits, and I could actively feel all the cold air coming in the whole time. And so that was interesting. That was crazy. Anywho, we're gonna grab some food in Talkeetna, and then we got a thing at 12, and then maybe I'll see if we can do that early, and then if not, we'll ship right on up. I forgot to film the food. Like I said, I forgot to record the food. I got some blueberry pancakes with reindeer sausage and some of the best potatoes I've had for breakfast. Those were solid. Very good. Carrie got a side of those taters and a big old biscuit. A biscuit that is like dense and the size of my hand. Thing was big. Don't worry though, she's not a quitter. She housed that thing. So we're gonna walk around Talkeetna now and look at some shops as stuff's starting to open up a little more. There's a little historical society museum over here.
It draws people who come to experience its grandeur and solitude, as well as climbers challenged. These rangers stay on the mountain for 1 month shifts. Views.
This town is popping. Came to life. But there's literally like an absurd amount of tourists here right now. I mean, the train comes right through here, so it's not unexpected that people will get dropped off, stop by here on their way up to Denali, similar to what we're doing. But god dang, it really popped off. I got a spoon. I got a hand-carved spoon with a special patent design to allow you to still scrape the bottom, but you can still scoop stuff with it, which is nice. But we're gonna get out of here to go do the special thing that I kind of helped, or not helped, but did to surprise Carrie. We'll see if she figures out what it is, but we're on our way to do it. We are at Reindeer Grove. Woo! We're gonna feed and pet some reindeer, assuming that they are okay with it. I think I hear a dog barking.
Let's go pet it.
We're gonna go check it out.
Tag.
This is Zeke. He's such a good boy. And this place is amazing. Zeke is so good. Sassy.
The other original.
Hey guys.
Their ankles flick.
And,
did they respond to names?
I haven't seen them really respond to names necessarily, but
yeah, that's why the hens are naked on the back, because they're new roosters. Dexterity. Hers are still growing.
Yeah.
They're able to open those ones that curl a little bit. The puppy.
so you know, all the little scraps that the reindeer don't get, we don't really feed them.
How do you? Oh, whoa. Just finished
at the Reindeer Grove. Highly recommend. That was awesome. Got a pet reindeer, feed reindeer, learned a ton about reindeer. This place itself is like pretty historical in that it used to be a bar back in the day. The art in there is really funny. Apparently there was a local patron who was a good painter, and rather than pay with cash, he would paint the ceiling. And so it was like Sistine Chapel inspired, where the top was heaven, the bottom was hell, and in the middle was like different things of Alaska. So like whales, Iditarod, gold panning, stuff like that. I walked in and it looks like a home. Like it's straight up their home. There's a kitchen, big old dining room table, stove, all that stuff. And then there's like a little more of a businessy side that's kind of got the merchandise, the table, the checkout, stuff like that. And I heard him like quickly put down a plate and his kid was there. And I was like, oh my God, we just walked into this dude's house. And I was like, hello, I'm so sorry. I was like, am I allowed to be here? He's like, yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. Very chill guy, very cool. They're building a homestead there, and they were like, we need a livestock that can help rejuvenate the soil, rejuvenate the land, but isn't a freaking problem. And so they ended up going with reindeer because they're suited for the area. They are meant to be here, and it was really cool. Highly, highly, highly recommend. I'm gonna give that experience, I really liked it. I'm gonna give it like a 9.7. out of 10. What are you thinking, Carrie?
I'll give a 9.
Why? Explain yourself.
I feel like I wanted to see a couple more reindeer, but what they said is that they couldn't have too many because of how big it was and the herd's still young, so it makes sense.
Yeah, the herd is young. Oh, but what about Zeke? Tell him about Zeke.
Zeke is a very nice dog.
Zeke was awesome. He came out with us. He hung out with us. We watched him eat a little bit of reindeer food as well. So pretty cool guy. Highly recommend. But now we are on our way to Denali. Even though technically we were in Denali National Park already. We are now on our way. 2 hours and 25-minute drive. Maybe a stop in between. We'll see. You know, these clouds will probably be worse for us viewing. We just entered Denali State Park.
So I had to run your runner.
This is the north viewing point for Denali. We're just mainly stopping to go to the bathroom, but god damn. What a beautiful day. This is the freak that's putting those little puffs in the air everywhere. And the videos don't do it justice, but this mountain range is built different, that's for sure. Denali's lost up in the clouds. It's behind all that right there, I think. So I'm really glad we did our flight scene tour this morning, because you can't see much of the mountaintops right now with how big and tall these clouds are. A lot of dead bugs on the windshield, naturally. This is so pretty here.
It's okay. What?
They're on. What are these little bushels?
Burn piles.
Burn piles. Bunch of burn piles. Little birdie. There it is. We made it. Woo! There we are. Beautiful. Passport stamped. Hat acquired. Hat acquired. Boom! You thought it didn't say Denali. It did. We got you. We're gonna do the Science Center and Horseshoe Lake Trail. Horseshoe Lake Trail is very short, so we're just gonna give it a go, and then eventually figure out dinner somewhere along the line. Just so everybody knows, the Science Center is closed for the summer. It's closed for the summer. Don't try to go here. And the bathrooms are inside, so you can't use those this way either. I thought it was 2 miles round trip. It's actually 4. But that's okay, because apparently it's very pretty. So we're gonna do that. We might also grab some food from the car to tide us over to dinner. But it's starting to rain. So what we're gonna actually do is go get some food nearby and try to come back a little later, see if the weather changes on us, cleans up a little bit.
Oh my God, there's a bus coming up.
What the? That's a huge switchback. We are in the Alpenglow restaurant at the top of this crazy hill that these buses are going up.
There's 2.
That's just crazy. That's like crazy amounts of switchbacks. I'll take a video of it going down.
It's not a food blog.
I forgot to record the bread that we got, but we got some delicious focaccia. And then we split this something lime chicken. What did you call it before?
Artichoke.
It's like artichoke or something like that. Lime chicken. It's very delicious. Very good. Rain's clearing up. We're gonna try to do the shorter version of the Horseshoe Lake Trail, which is like 1.5 mile round trip. See if we can squeeze it in real quick. Go check into the hotel. Go get dessert. Go to bed. Birds, one stone. Hey, at least we weren't coming down this while the bus was coming up. Yeesh. Alright, we've made it down, but just barely. Hello everyone, we are starting the trail, and it starts along these railroad tracks that the Alaska Railroad comes through. That building up on that hill is where we just ate. So we were just looking at all this, looking at the beautiful scenery. The rain is holding out for now. We're gonna knock out this quick 1.5 miles. We get to cross over this little bridge in the railroad track. Shoop. Oh, you know what? We didn't look both ways. We didn't look both ways first.
Oh wow.
Make sure if you're gonna do that, you look both ways. There's a mama moose and her baby. We're gonna try to walk by him. Pretty sick. Mom and her calf. Apparently they were in Horseshoe Lake before, walking across it. I got a few photos when we were coming down the trail, but they had just kind of walked out of the water by the time that I got there. But that's why we ran down. We didn't run, we hurried down to catch them crossing the trail, which we did exactly at the perfect time. Horseshoe Lake Trail with the river. Absolutely stunning.
See how coiled the rock is?
Yeah. The terrain here is absolutely nuts. Also, look at this. The rock on this cliff face here is so like twisted, and like if you follow the strand, it's like an ocean wave. Up here you can see it literally bend. It's pretty cool. Don't fall going down, Brennan. By the way, I'm wearing the hat backwards, not because I'm a dude bro, but so that I can easily put my eye up to the camera to take some pictures. I'm just a nerd. Done with the trail. Loop completed. Technically we're not done with the trail. We gotta climb all these stairs. But we're done with the loop down by the water. And after this, and a like 1/8 mile walk along the train tracks, we are good to go. What is up, everyone? We are in our hotel room. Pretty funny. So we got here, we thought that the office would be open. It was not. No worries. They left an envelope with our names on it to fill out the waiver and the... You want to make some more noise while I'm recording? Oh, she doesn't want me to swear. She doesn't want me to swear. Anyway.
No, redo that.
I'm not redoing it. It's going in the video. That's also going in. This whole thing's going in. Anyway. They left us a waiver to fill out, so we filled it out and dropped it in the little mail thing. And then we were like, so how are we going to get into our room? And they gave us a code for the bathroom. And we were like, oh my God. It's like an RV and motel area. And we're like, so we're going to have to share bathrooms that are at the front of the lot with everyone else. And there's a code to get in. And the bathrooms, you get like 1 token per day. And the token... Shower. Sorry, you know, you get like 1 token per shower. 1 shower per token that lasts 6 minutes, and you get 1 token per day, or you can pay for more at the front area. And we were like, we can't get tokens tonight because the office is closed. How are we going to shower? Good news, that's really just for like the RV portion. The motel portion, which our room looks like this, they gave us a fan and a heater for free, which is nice. Carrie's twin bed there. There's the door. We do have our own bathroom, and then I have my bed that I'm sitting on. We do have our own bathroom. Excellent. Phenomenal. And it comes with a shower that we don't have to use tokens for, which is great. So, we brought everything in, set it up. We're going to go get some crepes, because I think they close at 10, which is plenty of time, assuming the line's not insane. And we'll see you at the crepes if I remember to record it. I probably will not. Out here getting some crepes. Sun over mountain, clouds pot. Such pretty much wow. Guys, I can't be a food blogger. I didn't record the ice cream. But delicious waffle cone, yeah?
Yes.
And we both got moose tracks, but I also got fireweed honey. Fireweed is a plant that grows here in Alaska. And from what I remember overhearing someone talk about back in Anchorage, they take the fireweed, they boil it, and then reduce that so that you get like an essence. And then they made the ice cream out of that. And it was really good. It was like lavender-esque. Ice cream in our tummies. We're gonna get ready for bed. I'm gonna set up the charging station, get into comfy clothes, shower, and then hit the hay because we got a long day tomorrow. Good night all, we will see you tomorrow. Good morning everyone. Final day, day 11. Last day in Alaska. Well, technically tomorrow we're still in Alaska, but it's just us driving to the airport for like 4 hours and then taking a flight out of here. So that doesn't really count. Today's the last real day in Alaska. Flew by real fast. Today we are exclusively in Denali National Park. We're doing a bus tour starting at 12. It'll end around 4:30. I imagine we'll take longer than that because we'll hop off towards the end of the bus. Maybe do some more stuff in the park, but we're heading now to do Savage River Loop, which is like a 2-mile loop. Apparently it's really easy, but it kind of follows the river. So we're gonna go do that. It's a full Denali day, hanging out in the park. So, I don't think we let them walk by, Carrie.
Where are we gonna go?
Back.
Oh, no, I think you wait.
So there's 2 moose in front of us.
More and more cars coming.
Walking on the middle of the road in Denali. They're walking right towards us. What do I do?
I think you just sit. They're not men. with big horns.
But what if they attack my vehicle?
I don't think they're going to.
Are you kidding? Not like this. I don't think I'm supposed to be in this.
Where are you gonna go?
I'm gonna back away.
I think you just stop. I think if we're not moving, it's less threatening.
Oh my God. Please don't.
They're not going to.
Holy crap. That one's a boy. His antlers are coming in.
He looks like a juvenile.
He looks like a young boy.
I think you start driving away slowly.
Mom and baby split. Why'd they split? Alright, gang. Well, that was crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy. A crazy experience. Slight panic because I didn't want them to mess up the car. But we're fine. Now we're at Savage River. Gonna be doing some of this. That's pretty cool. Hopefully see some savage rivers, you know, all that stuff. Little mountain shrubbery, mossy sort of vibe, succulent sort of vibe with a cute little flower. Don't mind if I do. These guys be yelling everywhere. There's no escaping them. They're like seagulls. If not, actually, that one might actually be a seagull. I can't really tell from here. The trail kind of turned into this. And it kind of looks like a really, really old slide that has since kind of, I mean, it can't be that old because there's no vegetation or anything on top of it. Unless it's like underground water flows from here and it's a little too wet, because there is water flowing. I don't know, there's some vegetation trying to take root, so it can't be that old, but it's a switch up in the terrain. I have no idea what these are. My guess is ptarmigan, but honestly, they could be really any bird. I just don't know birds well enough yet. But we got a mom and a dad, and then a ton of babies just running around foraging. Look at them. They're crossing the trail. There he goes. Gary, you just missed him. He just went behind you to the right.
Aww.
There they go. On the move. The river really condenses here. You can tell it's kind of carving out a little more. Edges are steeper. River's a little bit deeper because it's carving more. We caught this little guy mid-dig. He's just making some renovations. Mama and baby moose.
That's steep.
They were walking along the water right here. And so we backtracked a little bit, but now they're heading up the mountainside. I'm willing to bet they're gonna continue along the ridge line rather than go over, but what do I know? Yeah, there they are. Mom was looking a little
Suspicious.
a little spooked out, a little suspicious over here, because there was also people on the trail over that way on the other side of the river that stopped to take a picture. But she was looking a little on alert for things, so we were like, let's not push this. Look at this guy. A little slug in the middle of the trail.
The drive.
We climbed the unmaintained portion at the end of Savage River just to get to this viewpoint. Talked to two guys who that mom and calf pair that were running across the river, they were up here, maybe down there, when Mom came running up the ravine here. And so they had to hide behind rocks because they were maybe 10, 15 feet from her. And they were talking to us about it. They were jarred, they were scared for sure. Understandably so. Mom and calf is no joke.
Hello everyone. We are heading back to the historical Denali headquarters. Very pleased with that hike. That was awesome. I'm gonna try to catch the dog show at 10 and then go to the bus that will take us all the way out to mile 43.
Stopping real quick to do the Mountain Vista Trail, 0.6 miles. We're gonna try to knock it out real fast. You can see Denali poking their head right through the cloud. Hares were just chilling out. He just ran across the trail. Did you get a good video of them? No. But they're so quick and small. They're able to get under. I wasn't able to get the GoPro out in time, but I got a few pictures on my camera. We've made it and found parking just in time for the dog kennel.
Especially if you don't have horses yet and you need to move a bunch of heavy loads, if you've got something that just keeps following you around all the time, why not throw a backpack on it? Nervous on where she's gonna go. Okay, perfect.
Oh, its fur is so thick.
Ah, baby.
So thick.
Yeah.
Are the ears soft?
I'm sure they are. I'm not tired, you're tired. These are different dogs than the racing dogs. The racing dog, you yawned too and you tried to hide it. Yeah. So the racing dogs are, you know, thinner, meant to go super long distance. These dogs are your like hauling dogs, right? They're gonna pull, they're gonna move stuff from one spot to another for you. And for that, you need them to be pretty beefed up and muscular.
Yeah, they're pit toilets. So there's like a big pit. For two? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's a Nova dog.
I think it is.
How many of you have been looking for wildlife? Yep, that is in fact a silly question. Now I do want to acknowledge that when you're on a bus looking out windows, sometimes you might feel like you're not part of that landscape out there. But I want every single one of you to know today, you are. And I have an activity you can do the next time you get off the bus if you want to prove it to yourself. Find a place where you can look off into the distance and then use your senses. So listen to the sounds around you, smell the air, feel the wind blowing against you. And while you're doing that, imagine that you're an animal heading out to one of those far off places. You could be a bird flying high above the ground, a bear pushing through the bushes looking for lunch, or a wolf running alongside with its pack, its family. When you do that, remember the feeling you have, because that feeling is the proof that you were part of the landscape here at Denali today. Enjoy the rest of your bus ride, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. Dibs on smelling like the bear. What do you want to do? You can flop like a fish. Boom, roasted. Nature. We're off the road.
But feel free to run from a moose, especially a female moose with a calf.
Taking a stop at the first rest stop, just past one of the campsites. Stunning. We spotted a moose.
Where people can walk on the road, but not off the road. It's an area closed for the animals. It's called the Stable Closure, and it's been closed to hiking off the road since the 1960s.
It would not show up on GoPro.
Barely got it with my camera, but we did see a grizzly bear in these hills over here, or in the bushes on the hill. Some guy spotted it, pretty cool. Shout out to him. I don't know who you are, but good job. Caribou on the snow out here. That right snow patch. Made it to East Fork. Gonna get off and hang out for a bit. Saw a grizzly, we saw some caribou, saw some moose. This is the shelter bus. This will be here the entire summer. It'll hang out and chill. Basically, that's like the bus stop. You sit in there while you're waiting for another bus to come here to pick you up, which come every 30 minutes. So I'm thinking we'll try to line it up for like 5 o'clock, 5:30, something like that.
Or earlier.
2:30, yeah, whatever works. But we're gonna get out and do some exploring, some hiking. You know, we made the trip all the way out here and it's a phenomenally gorgeous day. It was supposed to be rainy and gross today, at least as of a few days ago. And the fact that it's this is just, I don't know what we did to deserve the luck, but I'll take it. Down here, hiking off trail, technically. On the other side of this mound, up top there, is where the road is. And about right there is where the landslide occurred. In like 2019, I think. And so they had to wait for the land to settle and then bring in machinery, grade it, level it, compact it, make sure it's good to go, plan, you know, new road path, all that stuff. And that's all right up here. So we're going around the bend to try to get to Polychrome Overlook. I threw you. Looking stylish and sexy, as they say. Beautiful weather, phenomenal weather, slight breeze, plenty of sun. Amazing. I think there's people up there. Two crazy things just happened. First, we're walking kind of in this open basin here, and there's a couple in front of us with a camera, and they point behind us, and we go, huh? And we turn around, and there's just a caribou, a male caribou standing there, not too far, just hanging out. And we're like, huh? And I just swapped my lens to the landscape one because I was like, we're not gonna see any animals here. You know, we can see, like, you'll see birds and stuff, right? But I was like, anything that's far away, I'd be able to do a swap for real quick. And he came running through and did like a little loop back into the shrubbery over there. I got some pictures, but I did not have enough time to grab this guy.
Speaking of things that are far away, am I tripping or?
Oh, it's another one. You want to get the lens? There's another caribou across the water. Update, not a caribou, it's a Dall sheep, which we have not seen yet. So Carrie spotted this across the water. Excellent spot from her. We're gonna try and get a smidge closer, see if we can see it. We've bamboozled ourselves, that's on me. I looked through, I saw the side of the antlers from far away, thought it was a Dall sheep. It's just a caribou, but she's cooling down in the water over here, which is awesome because today's got to be a hot day for them. Lesson learned, Dall sheep have rounded horns, and I just remembered that after seeing this caribou. So we're still on the hunt for sheep. That's okay. We're thinking we're gonna have to turn around. There's no real way to cross the water over there, so we'd have to get across this, which we probably could do, but it's already 4 p.m. We're gonna want dinner soon. We're gonna have a long night. We still gotta get back to where we were, which is gonna be about an hour. So, probably just gonna head back. And look at this sick rock. Hi, bud. Sorry, man. Going the other way. Okay, so I was recording just some trail footage and we walked right back into that caribou. The one that was running around earlier. He's just hanging out, munching away.
So we're gonna go this way around him. I think so. Hi, bud. He doesn't seem to mind. I'm gonna cut over this way. He's like right through the trees right there. Seems pretty comfortable with people. Mosquito. I'm gonna try and get a photo. Sorry, bud. Okay, second male caribou. We're going over to the river. We're gonna follow the river back because we are smart and not stupid. We're gonna take a wide berth here. He's into the left. He was a little more, you know, we might have just snuck up on each other a little bit, but he was a little more reactive to seeing us. And we probably were only 20 feet from him. So we're just gonna stay over here. We're gonna talk nice and loud so that they know that we're here and that we're just passing through. Pretty crazy. Two wild caribou that we just bumped into. One we knew was probably gonna be there because he was running around earlier. The second one we did not know was gonna be there. But we're back. There is a bus here. By the way, this is the hut that can call dispatch for you if you get stuck out here, something happens, whatever. These are the porta potties. Carrie's in one of them. We made it on the bus back. We're the last two spots. Right there. Two bears. A squirrel. Dull sheep.
Okay.
I'm really tempted to yell wolf just so I could be the boy who cried wolf.
We know her.
Oh, again?
Okay.
You pat on, you pat.
Oh, now that's a good shot. Oh, hi, baby.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
A moose right there at the end. Crazy. Absolutely phenomenal. Could not ask for better. Could not ask for a better day in Denali. This was, the weather is perfect. We could see Mount Denali all the way on the way back, non-stop. Lots of footage for it, all that jazz. To the point where if, you know, the weather holds, we might try to swing back at like 10 p.m. to go on the park road, because the park road up to mile 15 is open all the time, non-stop. It's gonna be a 10 out of 10 because we saw literally pretty much everything, and you kind of have to do the bus if you want to see the park. Like, you literally cannot go past mile 15. Not true, you could on bike if you're a crazy person, or if you have a lot of juice in your battery and you want to go all the way to mile 43, but you don't have to do the tour for the tour buses. I can't speak to what it was like to do the tour because we didn't do the tour. I'm sure it was still great and awesome, and they still stop for things, and they stop at overlooks, and they give you a lot of information. But if you're worried about doing the tour or not doing the tour, and like the money's a problem or something like that, the non-tour bus ride was phenomenal. It still gave us everything we wanted. 9.9 out of 10. Final answer. The last 0.1 would have come if we saw a wolf, but that's not really the experience's fault. It's just kind of the vibe of it all and the reality. What are you thinking, Carrie?
I'd give it a 10. Just add on the fact that you can get on and off the bus wherever you really want it, which is nice.
Came with corn.
Yours didn't?
We got dessert, but I also forgot to record it. It was a s'mores crepe. Grape, marshmallow, drizzle of Nutella,
Fluff.
graham cracker on top. Crumbs. It was good. Now we're gonna go home, pack, make sure everything is organized for the flight tomorrow, and assuming we have enough energy, drive back into Denali, try to get some pictures of Mount Denali at sunset. Gotta get gas. Chaos incarnate. We are packing everything. I have severely peer pressured Carrie into going back out to Denali National Park to try to drive and see if we can see Denali at kind of sunset hours, where it's a little bit more pretty, a little more beautiful. It does require the clouds to be good for us, but only one way to know if they are good for us is to go and see them. Oh, also I made friends at camp. I made friends at camp. So we had to get rid of the bear spray. So I'm walking around this camp that we're in because we're in like a motel RV joint property. So a bunch of RVs are hanging out, and then we have the motel that we're in that's just kind of like a single room with 2 beds in it and a bathroom attached, whatever. I'm walking around the RV park essentially being like, hey, does anyone need this? And the first guy that I go up to is outside hanging out. He and his girlfriend, wife, I couldn't quite tell, were hanging outside. And I walked over and I went, hey, weird question. Do you need bear spray? We got a flight, we can't bring it with us. I know we can drop it off at some places, but it feels like it would just be a little bit easier to just give it to someone here that we know would actually need it and use it. And they were like, yeah, of course. They were like, we kind of live here, and they had like, a camper attachment for one of their cars that they tow around. They're like, yeah, we live here, so like we'll always need bear spray. And I was like, great, we used it once just to make sure that it worked, right? All that jazz. They're probably like, idiot, it says on the bottle that it was tested by somebody. And I was like, yeah, but this conversation didn't happen. But what I would say to that is, yeah, but we don't know that that person tested it right. What if it doesn't work when I need it to work, So I said, hey, we used it once just to make sure that it worked, whatever. Left it with them. I'm walking away maybe 5-10 feet away, and the lady there goes, you want a drink? And I was like, yeah, I'll take a drink for sure, dude. And she was like, right on. He came out with a drink. I popped it open right then and there because they started asking me questions. They were like, hey, so you got a flight? Where's your flight going? Told them all that jazz. I was talking with them. They're from Alaska. They're deciding to go out and about. They're going to try and take the vehicle with the attachment, to the lower 48 eventually. She said, did you see the goobers next to us? She said goobers next to us that are from Delaware. And I went, oh my God. I went, Delaware is right next to us. In fact, a majority of Delaware, if not almost all of it, is more eastern than Maryland, or like a majority of Maryland, right? I was like, that's a far drive for them to make. But that's what they've been doing. They've been going around. They're from Delaware. Because originally they thought that we had RV'd, and then I was telling them about the flight and everything. Told them we're in the motel, and I think they assumed I was here with a group of guys. And then she goes to her husband, hey, run inside and grab them some more drinks. And I didn't really clock that at the time because I was just thinking about stuff that I was saying about the trip that we were doing, trying to remember the exact hikes we did, whatever, yada, yada. And then he comes back out with 3 other drinks. And I'm like, whoa, thank you, appreciate that. And they're like, yeah, you and your boys can drink. Now, a normal person would go, hey, I'm not here with my boys, I'm here with my wife. I went, thank you so much, the boys are gonna love this. And then stood there and continued to talk with them for a little bit. More shooting the shit, getting to know them, talking about all that stuff. We got Judy and Brian. Shout out Judy and Brian. Carrie was kind enough to drive me in. And we were treated to a beautiful, undisturbed view
of Denali. Right there. There was a list, there's still 800 something people climbing Denali.
100 and some.
Oh, out of 800 something. That are still on Denali, that are still climbing it. And they have this right now, beautiful weather on top of the mountain. Good for them. Good for them. But alas, all good things must come to an end. But just because it's the end of this doesn't mean that we can't have another awesome beginning of something else. It's really cool to go out on a trip like this, ending it with seeing Denali like that. Tallest mountain in North America. That's a lot of land, and that's the tallest mountain out of all of them. Just stunning. Beautiful. Good morning, everyone. We are leaving. Been on the road already for a bit. Headed back to Anchorage. We're sleepy, we're tired. Probably gonna stop and get some coffee and food along the way. But we gotta get back to Anchorage so that we can drop off the car and so that we can catch a ride to the airport for our flight at 12:30. At the airport. I trusted you. Gonna go check in. I don't know her name, but she's a hero. That bag weighed 50.5 pounds, and I saw her round that ish down. So whoever you are who works for Alaska Airlines, you're a homie. You're a real one for rounding that down by 0.5. We shoved all our dirty laundry in there, so that ish was heavy. So thank you for that. Hello everyone. We are at the San Francisco airport for a 4.5 hour layover, thereabout. Hanging out. First flight was pretty good and went by pretty fast. There was a lot of crying babies on board, so that was fun. But such is life. You know, adults don't even like flying, so how can we expect kids to love it? He's out there playing with them because we're delayed. We've landed. It's like 7:40 a.m. We're sleepy. And look at the beautiful weather we came back to.
So fun.
It's a 2 hour and 15-minute drive home. We just did an hour of it. You're taking this? Yeah, this is sick. And we have another hour to go. But from here on out, it's familiar territory. So it shouldn't be too bad. I just swapped with Carrie because I'm sleepy. We've made it. Boys! Oh, there he is! Hi, bud. We missed you so much.